Hello, guys and gals, and welcome! So, it is the day of the Amazon, and we need some graphics. I forgot to program in my graphics. Day of the Amazon graphics. Day of the Amazon, da, 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 da. Make the graphics ugly, because that's what she is. A man-a-zon. That's terrible. Oh, Lord Jesus, here we go. Bink. Day of the Amazon question and answer. There we go. And let me bring up my Twitch chat. Blink, blink. And let me bring up my tip jar. Blink, blink. A little shamrocks and little robots in there. And that one little robot that just didn't want to be in the jar. Hey, oh, no. Man, that two robots just ejected. I don't even know why they did that. That's a little rude. I think that was a little rude. Just a little bit. They're like, bye, sucker. Bye, sucker. So as you can see, I got my hoodie. I'm super excited. I got my hoodie. I got my my shirt. I'm actually wearing the shirt and the hoodie at the same time. Not that you can see that I'm wearing the shirt. I mean, it's underneath of there, but it's there. I got it on. Water, yay. If you guys haven't seen my awesome merch shop, it's right there. Got lots of cool stuff. Deviant Brood already ordered himself a shirt, so he's already in the merch club. The merch club. All right, so we got a lot to cover, but for right now, since we don't have everybody in here yet, you know, we'll just take a little bit of time. We'll have some fun. So right now, I'm on my freezing arrow Amazon, which we'll have a little bit of fun with. And where are we gonna go? Where's a nice place for farming on a freezer arrow zone? Oh yeah, Arcane Sanctuary. That'd be good. Go ahead, Deviant Brood. Feel free. Ask questions. Ask away. Ooh, conviction monster. That's a little scary. It is. It really is. Are you planning on streaming? What's up, B3? B3! B3PO. Freaking extra fast goats are always the worst, man, I tell you. Always the worst. What's up, Classic Garou? I think that's the first time I've seen you in here, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. The damn damage bow. The Iron Crusader bow. Whew. So today is definitely going to be a fun day. Amazon is definitely an interesting class. Had a lot of interesting builds, I think. There's definitely some ones I think people are people's favorites. And I'm trying to think about your question, Deviant Brute. I mean, I can give you the name of my headset if you'd like. I actually do rather like my headset. I feel like the microphone is very good. I mean, you listen to my streams all the time. Do you think my my microphone is decent? The headset that I use is a Cruiser P3 210. And I actually bought 3 of these, so I'll probably be using this one for a long, long time. And it does have some issues with it, so I mean I'll go ahead and explain that to you right now. So right here at the joint where the wire meets the headset was an issue, and so what I did was I bought this stuff called Suguru. So I have never bought a headset that didn't fail on me. Let me preface it by saying this: I have absolutely never bought a headset that didn't fail on me. They all fail in some way or another eventually. And so what I did was I bought this stuff called Suguru. Let me link this in here for you. This is Suguru. It's basically like a moldable silicone that dries into a nice finished texture. In fact, you can even put textures on it if you want to. And so what I did was I bought 3 of these headsets. And the first headset I literally let fall apart into nothingness. I let it do what it was going to do, and it broke in all the places that it was going to break. And it broke here. It broke here, and there was a break right here in the top portion, and then there was also a break right here on this part that entered the headset. And so what I did was I took my second headset brand new out of the box, and I took the Suguru and I reinforced every single one of those sections. Now in retrospect, I probably could have done black, and it wouldn't have stood out as badly as the white was, because the Suguru comes in all different colors. But literally this headset has lasted me like 5 years. With the reinforcements, mind you. So with the reinforcements, this headset has lasted me 5 years. And the microphone is interchangeable, so if the microphone breaks, you can pop it out. Let me show you. And just like that, you can just swap it out with a new one. These microphones are actually pretty nice, and I have multiple headsets. So even the broken one that I kept the microphone because I figured why not? I figured I'll just keep the microphone. Now, I've had some really expensive headsets over the years. I had this one made by Logitech, which was really, really cool, and it was like all metal, and it had like the coolest like little accessories and all sorts of stuff, and it had a detachable mic and all this. And man, that thing fell apart into pieces one day, and I don't know what happened to it, but it was like I guess metal fatigue or something over a really long period of time of me putting it on my headset and taking it off, and putting it on my headset and taking it off my head and taking it off, and so forth and so on, until eventually it just failed. And I really don't know exactly what happened, but the whole thing just disintegrated in my hands, and there was absolutely no fixing it. Like, it was just done forever. And the only other issue I've had with this headset is the wire. So the wire runs along this top portion of the headset, the wire that connects the two pieces. And so what I did was I used some Suguru, and I basically pushed the Suguru into the groove to seal the wire into the groove, because for some reason or another, even though the groove is very nice and deep and the wire fits into this groove just fine, for some reason the wire likes to come out of the groove, and I don't know why. But like, I gave up on trying to find the perfect headset years and years ago. They all break, and even my nephew has had several headsets. I believe he has the G733 that was wireless, and that thing fell apart, and like literally fell apart for him too. I must have fixed it like 3 times, and that thing just kept falling apart every single time. Like at one point, one of the headsets popped off, and then like at the twisty joint where it has like this little joint because so the headset can move like left and right. Like that part broke, and after I fixed that, it broke in another place, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just too rough with my headsets. Maybe that's all there is to it. Maybe I'm just too rough with my headsets, and I need to just be nicer to them. But I figured that the best bet was to find a headset and know what was going to go wrong with it in advance, and reinforce those areas so that stuff didn't happen. And it worked. This headset, when I did the reinforcements, has literally lasted me years. and it is a very nice headset. And I have the third one. So remember, I told you I bought 3. So the first one broke, the second one I reinforced, and the third one was, you know, for the just in case that I had something go wrong. Well, I wasn't sure that this reinforcement was going to work, basically, and it did. And so here I am with the same headset that I've had for years and years and years. Questions regarding Zons. Does Fastcast have any effect on their abilities, or is it entirely just attack speed? I'm pretty sure that some of the abilities, like Inner Sight, Slow Missile, Decoy, and Valkyrie, but Valkyrie is on a delay. I'm pretty sure all those are faster cast. Nothing else is. Everything else is attack speed. Everything else. Oh, every little thing is going to be attack speed, yeah, man. I'm dumb, I know. I always forget to cast my dang Valkyrie, too. I'll be like running along and be like, it'd be nice if I had a Merc. Speaking of Merc, I guess I should probably go get my Merc. That would be a good idea. Hey, they got to team up, okay? It's double team. Yeah, this is the final day of. This is the final day of. Well, I need my Merc because my Merc has a dang Faith Bow, which is part of my build. It's kind of important. It's kind of important. Alright, so we're going to start talking about the Amazon now. I think we got enough people in here. And to do that, first we're going to go to a test Amazon. So this is my actual Freezing Arrow Amazon, if you guys are wondering. And she's a very amazing character. But I want to show you all of the Amazon, not just one particular aspect of the Amazon. Even though the Freezing Arrow Amazon is a very fun aspect. I mean, yeah, multi-shot did get nerfed into oblivion at one point, but it's still useful. It's just not as useful as it used to be. I've always felt like game developers do this thing where like they make a character and she's OP, and then they nerf the character, and then nobody wants to play it, and then everybody finds another character that's OP, and then they nerf that character, and then they leave that character, and everybody finds another character and it's OP, and they leave that character, and they go to a new character, and it's just a constant cycle of let's find the most OP character, and then let's wait for the devs to nerf the OP character. And you guys might think I'm silly, but it's 100% true. Like, it's every single time. I swear. If you find a character, you exploit the fact that the character's broken. The devs will come in and swoop down and just like murder your build, and then you just go on. And so what I've done is I've always hated chasing that elusive OP build, so I just stick with the character. I just like to play my characters and stick with them. I mean, that's one of the reasons why they nerfed Whirlwind, because there was a point for Barbarians where Whirlwind was the only skill that anybody ever used. And that was all they ever used ever. So they nerfed the absolute poop out of Whirlwind, and I was gonna say bad word. And they nerfed the absolute poop out of Whirlwind, and then you know people still were like, well, we're still using Whirlwind. it didn't work. All right, so let's go to my my test Amazon. I don't know what equipment she has, but hopefully she's got something halfway decent. Where are you, test Amazon? Where are you, test Manazon? Oh, Manazon, oh, Manazon. Where are you, Amazon? I know you're there. I see you everywhere. Eating at me. Your butt stinks like your hair. Oh man, do I not have a test Amazon? Do I really not have a test Amazon? Is that a thing? Vidala's set. Oh, there you are, test Amazon. Hello. Hamlo, do you have a bow? You do not have a bow. How are you supposed to do anything without a bow, ma'am? It's terrible. You got a spear. You got a regular javelin. Okay. She's got a regular javelin, ladies and gentlemen. She's gonna be just fine. She's gonna be just fine. Let's buy her. You know what? Let's gamble for something. How about that? Luck of the draw.
Good day.
Hello, beautiful lady. Perfect. Let's gamble for some javelins, too. Oh, fireball javelins. No, thank you. I got some knockback javelins. Sure, I'll take it. Let's go. All right. So we've got our Amazon here, and I think the best way to start with Amazon is the passive and magic skills. So we're gonna get to my right hand. All right. Delicious. Oh yeah, let me give my girlfriend her hoodie. I forgot about this. She just got home, so I'm gonna give her a hoodie. Check this out. You can't even see it. Invisibrew. Invisibrew.
Mom, can you get some scissors?
Yeah, she wanted a green one. I got a black one. Deviant Brute got a blue one, I think. I think it was blue or light blue. Looks cool. I'm actually kind of jealous. I saw his light blue, and I was like, man, that looked pretty good at too, actually. Like, I might want to get myself a light blue one. I like a whole set of hoodies. All right. So, passive and magic skill tree. Let's start with the left side of the tree. So we're gonna start with the actual abilities, right? So on the passive and magic side of the tree, you have this first ability here, which is Inner Sight. As you can see, at max, level 21, it has a duration of 88 seconds, which is ridiculous. It has a negative enemy defense of 875 and a radius of 13.3 yards. So it says it illuminates nearby enemies, making them easier to hit for you and your party. All right, so let's go out and let's, actually, my little Merc is going to kill everything, aren't you? What level are you? You got a better bow than I do. Get out of, no. Bad. Many more to order in the future. So if you use this ability on monsters, it makes them sparkle. They get all sparkly. They're very sparkly. They got sparkles. Now, the sparkles may not seem like much when you're in the light, but if you're in the dark, if you're in a very dark area, like for instance catacombs, and you go into catacombs and you use your little ability, you will light up all nearby enemies and make them easier to see. It also makes them easier to hit, and it at the same time makes them more vulnerable, which is very nice. The little Boazon also has the Inner Sight ability, and you notice that it even works on things like the Gargoyle Trap. And once you use it on them, they have like a little light radius around them, so they're actually easy to see. So, you know, before and after. It's actually a fairly useful ability because you can reduce the amount of defense that somebody has rather extraordinarily. I mean, 875 defense is a lot. But when you get to hell difficulty, it might not be, like, as viable. What's on the hoodies? I heard light blue. Chinchillas are on the hoodies. I also have some with Ginger Gaming Mentor on it, and then I have one with the Evil Cat. If you want to check them out, Onyx, they're right here. It's ggmentor.com. There's a bunch of really cool designs on there. I do have merch. That's right. So I'm wearing my merch actually. This is one of my Chinchilla hearts. See my little emote here. This is the emote. So this is the Chinchilla heart emote. And it's just on a shirt. So with the GG on it, which is supposed to mean Ginger Gaming, and then of course the mentor is implied. But it's kind of cool with the GG, like GG good game, or like GG easy, something like that. It could mean any of those things, to be honest. So Inner Sight is a very interesting ability, and it's one of the things that makes the Act 1 Merc actually kind of interesting. Because she will spam Inner Sight all the time, so she's going to be constantly spamming Inner Sight for you. So if you're on a non-Amazon character, or even if you're on an Amazon, and you just don't want to spam Inner Sight yourself, and you want to be lazy, it comes in handy. The next in the list here is Slow Missile, and don't sleep on Slow Missiles, because Slow Missiles is absolutely amazing. So Slow Missile reduces the ranged speed of an attack by 33%. So let's go to somewhere where I know there's a butt ton of monsters that have ranged attacks. And notice now his poor little fireball is taking forever to reach. I'd also like to show you something about these fireballs too, if I can get the right angle. So the fireballs that come from the vampires, the ghoul lords, are actually skulls, believe it or not. So it's really hard to see because you have to see them from the right angle. But with Slow Missile, you can really actually see it. So let me see if I can get this guy to shoot sort of down this way. Because if I can get him to shoot down this way, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So, come on. Oh, she got the Chinchilla with a heart too. The Chinchilla with a heart seems to be rather popular, Onyx. Deviant Brute got one. I got one. I actually had somebody at work order a Chinchilla with a heart too. So as you can imagine, Slow Missile is not going to help you versus monsters that have no ranged attacks. But imagine you're in a situation where you have a huge number of ranged attacks coming in on you. Slow Missiles can just be absolutely amazing for that. So keep in mind that that Slow Missiles will be very useful on certain monsters. So that's one of the regular fireballs. That's the skull. See the skull? You see the mouth opening and closing as it moves? So the in Diablo 2 Resurrected, they remastered those fire skulls, and they look even more like fire skulls now than they did before. And I thought that was really cool. I saw it in Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I'm like, holy crap, is that a freaking skull in the fireball? Just going like as it flies along. And Slow Missile is really the only way you can see it because they go so fast. But Slow Missiles can be very clutch. You can save a lot of lives with Slow Missiles. If you're an Amazon and you're in a group and you're in any kind of situation where there's tons and tons of missiles flying through the air, like Act 5 with the succubuses, the succubi as it were. You got the ghoul lords shooting fireballs. You've got the archers in like Act 2 sewers shooting arrows. All sorts of interesting things like that. If you use your little Slow Missiles on them, you won't have to worry about those arrows. And it also works on players in PvP, I believe. I'm like 99% sure on that. I remember at least it used to. I don't know if they've changed it, but it did. I remember it did at least work at some point. And it's pretty funny. Like if you have a character who's throwing axes, like a barbarian who's throwing axes, or you have like an Amazon who's shooting arrows, or you have maybe you have a Strider Paladin who's shooting like bow shots. He's being like a OP Strider Paladin. All these are going to be affected by Slow Missiles. I think it also affects any spell that counts as missiles as well. So like how it works on the fireballs on the ghoul lords. It also works on things like like the sorceresses, fireballs, stuff like that. I'm like 100% sure on that, on the fireball. I think it also works on frozen orb. Pretty sure it works on frozen orb. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to go test all the abilities, because it's interesting to learn which abilities count as missiles and which ones don't. So there are certain abilities that count as missile attacks, and there are certain abilities that don't count as missile attacks, and you have to kind of figure out which ones those are. But the easiest way in the game to figure out which ones count as missile attacks is to use slow missiles on them, and then have them use the attack and see if it works. Because if it works on the attack, then it's going to slow down those missiles. It's a very underrated skill. A lot of people actually won't even use it. And let's thrive. When did I curse? I didn't curse. I like almost never curse, sir. Sir. He's just spending chinchilla turds. He don't even care. He's like, I got chinchilla turds to spare. He's just plopping them out. What's up, Let's Thrive? So yeah, definitely don't sleep on slow missile. It's definitely worth at least 1 point, and it can be a lifesaver in certain situations. So you just go ahead and it's going to do the opposite and make me curse. That's awful. Why would you do that to me, Deviant Brood? Why? Why would you do that? Why? I'm at a loss for words right now. I don't even have any freaking teleport scrolls. This is terrible. Out the way! Hey, you did Uber Tristram on the PD2 server. Nice. Alright, so next on the list is Decoy. And Decoy is a very interesting ability. It basically allows you to create a fake version of yourself. And I was wondering why my potions were running out so fast. I don't have a belt. That would be important. Please, sir, can I have a belt? A belt of the tiger? I'll take a belt of the tiger. I like tigers. Arr. I'm over here like just languishing in potion prison. It is very useful for cows. It's useful for lots of stuff. So you use Decoy, and you'll notice that you have a little monster, you know, a little version of yourself, and she's just standing there. And the Decoy is literally just a duplicate of you. She has your same defense. She has your same hit points. She has your same like block and dodge rating and whatnot like that. So so if you're tanky, your Decoy is going to be tanky too. And if you're absolutely and utterly just the most terrible monster, player in the world, and you die in like 2 seconds, your Decoy is going to die in like 2 seconds too. So, that's always nice to know. And it's really easy to cast. It's a really small amount of mana. And as you level it up, the Decoy's life increases, so you get 210% life at level 21. So when you start out with, it's basically exactly you. And then when you level it up to max, you get a nice a life bonus from it. At maximum, it lasts 110 seconds, and it's actually really, really useful for cows and stuff like that. What's up, Cobra Bubbles? Welcome back, welcome back. Oh my god, all the cave leapers in the world. I can't stand cave leapers. Look at them all sparkly out there because they got inner sight on them. Oh, sparkly. Ooh. I believe the vote was for a bow Amazon. They didn't actually specify what kind of bow Amazon, so I guess we're just building a bow Amazon. Doesn't really matter what bow Amazon, does it? Or do you guys want to vote on what kind of bow Amazon I build? Bow, what kind of bow Amazon should I built? Should I built? Question mark. Ice, fire, multi-shot, strafe, guided. There you go. Alright, poll is up. Alright, so basically, the next skill on the list also ties into the whole, like, sort of defensive mechanic with Decoy. And they actually synergize together. So so you do get a life bonus from Decoy for your Valkyrie. Now, your Valkyrie here is a very interesting creation. She can dish out lots of damage, and she's just as strong as you are. So as strong as you make yourself, she will also be, which is very interesting. The only skill that doesn't tie into your strength specifically is Decoy, but everything else, penetrate, critical strike, dodge, avoid, and evade, are all things that allow her to become stronger and also allow you to become stronger. So the stronger you are, the stronger she gets. And the Valkyrie honestly kind of deserves its own video, but we're gonna try and do the Valkyrie justice. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna show you guys how you can tell what quality Valkyrie you have gotten. So we're gonna go over here to Atma, who will give us our mana back. And every time you summon your Valkyrie, you'll notice that her equipment changes. So she may have regular looking armor, or she might spawn with a sort of a reddish weapon or a black weapon, or maybe the next time you spawn her, she'll have blue armor, or she will. It changes every single time you summon her, and you'll actually see Amazons in town specifically summoning their little Valkyrie over and over again. And what they do is they actually look for specific modifiers on their their Valkyrie's equipment. So right now you see that she has red armor on, and red usually indicates plus to life. And then she can spawn with regular stuff. Right now she has a black pike, and if I remember correctly, her pike being a dark color like that usually indicates that she has like a cruel modifier or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But there's a whole list out there which tells you all of the modifiers that Valkyrie can spawn with, all of the little things that she can have. Like, she can have chance to spawn Hydras, she can have chance to spawn Frost Novas, she can have a chance to do lightning attacks, she can have all sorts of stuff. Like right now she has a very dark gold armor on. If I remember correctly, that's one of the better armors. And there's actually a list. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. How to tell what your Valkyrie is wearing. D2. Here we go. So rust-colored orange is attacker takes damage of 4 to 6. Red is plus to life. Dark red is reduced poison length. Blue is 3 to 5% chance to cast Nova, or 3 to 5% chance to cast Frost Nova, or plus to mana. It varies. Dark gold is faster hit recovery. That's what she's got right now, is that dark gold color. Pale gold is enhanced defense, saintly effect. Light gold is 1 to 2 light radius. Gray is plus defense based on character level, which is really good for her, because when you level her up, she actually does get a much higher level, like, of her character. Like when you can get her to like level 26. I remember level 26 being like one of the best places to have your Valkyrie, because the higher level she gets, the more awesome, crazy stuff she can spawn. Like for instance, if you see her equipment, she actually has like an equipment list. Let me see if I can post this in chat. It might be a little bit too long, but it's a little long. So this is the equipment list, And basically at level 1, she gets a full plate armor. At level 1, she gets a spear, and then at level 2, she gets gauntlets. Level 4, she gets greaves. Level 5, she gets a plated magic belt, so forth and so on. And as you can see, at level 27, she gets a tiara headpiece. Level 25, she gets an amulet that's rare. Level 26, she gets a Colossus girdle belt, which is rare. Level 21, she gets Myrmidon greaves for her feet, so forth and so on. So as she levels up as a monster, she gets better and better equipment, and she continues to get awesome equipment as you bring up her level, which is pretty cool. And of course, how you spawn her equipment is essentially just to summon her. So every time you summon her, equipment is randomized, and that's why some of your Valkyries can be absolutely awesome and never die, and some of them will be so weak they'll die in like a heartbeat. So, you know, if you want the block attacks gone, just spam a little bit of Chinchillas and get rid of it. It'll be alright. There's the Burger King. Did you get your Burger King from the fridge? Did you get your sweet tea from the... Okay. I was telling my girlfriend I love her. All right, I want to make sure she got her food. I got her some food earlier, and it's important. It's important, okay? It's important though. All right, so Valkyrie, I believe we've covered her enough for right now, but she does have 3,960 life at max with 500% increased damage, 1,640% attack rating, a defense bonus of 200%, and a mana cost of 45. She does take a while to spawn, by the way. So if you don't get her high enough, if you don't get her high enough level, you might have trouble just simply because it takes so long to spawn the next one. There's a really long delay on spawning Valkyries. Is it like a sticker peeling off over time? No, these are really well on there. Like I don't know how to put it. They're really well done. I actually paid a guy to do this for me because he knew all about the print shops, and he said that the company that he chose, which is Printful, by the way, Printful is one of the best companies in the game, and it's print on demand. So what they actually do is when you order it, they actually go through the process of making it. So none of these shirts actually exist until you order them, and the quality of them is really nice. I mean, it is a really nice quality. I mean, I was rubbing my fingers over it earlier, and it really feels like it's really ingrained in the cloth. Of course, only time will tell, right? Only time will tell. Custom printed and embroidered shop. Do they do embroidered items? Like a little hat? Like a little embroidered hat? You know, that's a good idea, B3. Let's go take our Valkyrie out and let her beat some stuff up, shall we? Let's take her into hell. Let's take her into Frigid Highlands. Let's take her over here. We'll give her some support. We'll throw out Inner Sight for her, and we'll let her beat up these guys real quick. Let's see how she does. Ooh, she got a nice little lightning effect. She's two-shotting people. She's pretty much two-shotting. She's two-shotting. Yeah, she's spreading her damage out a little bit because she keeps attacking multiple targets, but every single time she focuses on one target, she pretty much two-shots them. She's doing great. And that's not even the best Valkyrie you can have. You can have a much higher level Valkyrie than that. That's only level 21. As I posted earlier with the list, she can get all the way up to level 27. She gets a freaking rare tiara for her equipment. And she's not even level 27. She's only level 21. Now, granted, she does have the benefit of each one of my synergies. So because I have 20 dodge, 20 avoid, 20 evade, 20 crit strike, 20 penetrate, and 20 pierce, she's getting all of that. Yeah, I did answer it earlier, Old Man Stalker, but I'll post the link for you. Hold on, it's right here. I don't even know if I posted the link, but let's go ahead and post this anyway. So, long story short, the old Man Stalker, just to go back over it for you, you can tell what equipment they're wearing by the color of the equipment. So every time you summon your Valkyrie, she'll have a different color to her weapon and her armor. For instance, now she's blue, so we know that this is either a mana effect or a gold effect. So it could be Nova, it could be Frost Nova, or it could be plus the mana. And then when you summon her again, now she's got an orange armor, which if you look according to this list, it says that the orange armor is a prefix of... where is that orange? Well, it's not really orange so much as it's like... Yeah, no, it's orange. Rust orange. Attacker takes damage of 4 to 6, and so forth and so on. And this one, she is a sort of a dark gold color, which means she has 24% faster hit recovery. And then this one, she's got 24% faster recovery again, and so forth and so on. So you can really kind of tell what kind of equipment she's wearing. There is also red. This is red, so that's not the rust color. That's actually red, so that's plus to life. Dark red is poison length reduced. I haven't seen dark red yet. Of course, it's hard to actually get her equipment the way you want it exactly. You have to keep summoning her until you get what you want. So you look for specific modifiers, and her equipment is based on her level as well. So she gets better equipment the higher level she is, and that is also in that link that I linked you. So it shows you every single level that she gets a new piece of equipment, all the way up to level 27, which is her highest piece of equipment, which is a rare tiara for her head. At level 25, she gets a rare amulet, which is pretty cool. So she gets tons of nice effects, and it's all random every single time you summon her. The equipment is randomized. So basically, think about like she's wearing rare items. Like early on in the game, she's wearing all magic items. And then later on in the game, she's wearing all rare items as you level her up. And those rare items are just random rare items that drop on the ground. So like imagine she gets a bow. She doesn't have a bow, obviously. But imagine she gets a bow. There's just a chance that it would be that. Like you just pick it up. She just like picks up a piece of random equipment and she puts it on. And it can be absolutely awesome, or it can be absolutely garbage. And you'll actually find that sometimes you'll summon your Valkyrie and she'll just be absolutely unkillable. And the reason why she's absolutely unkillable is because she spawned with like the best equipment that ever existed. And you just never want to get rid of her, ever. Of course, you can't actually see her equipment, but you know that she's got really awesome equipment because she's not dying and she's dishing out tons of damage. And you know, she's the best Valkyrie you've had in a long time. And then finally, when you leave the game and come back in and you summon your next Valkyrie, you're like, man, what the hell's with these pieces of crap Valkyries that can't even survive 2 hits? Alright, so next skill, we have the evades. So dodge, avoid, and evade. And we'll talk about them slightly separately, but mostly together. And, man, I'm thirsty. Nobody's spamming hydrate commands today. What's wrong with you guys? Alright, so the first one is dodge. And dodge has a dodging melee attacks while standing still. Alright. The next one is avoid, which is dodging ranged attacks while standing still. And then the last one is evade, which is dodging melee or missile attacks while walking or running. So the first two only apply if you are stationary, and the second one, or the third one, applies if you are running around, which is nice. Tapped out of Chinchilla turds. Yep, that's a pretty good choice, Leon. Oh yeah, I forgot to check and see what the poll ended at. Oh wow, it was 6 for multi-shot. Amazon. Wow, you guys suck. You guys suck. The light blue hoodie is very pretty, actually. I think it's very pretty. And they're Hanes hoodies, by the way. They're made by Hanes. I checked the tag when I got them. Got some good Hanes. Alright, so. The evades. Alright, so I just call them the evades. I know they're not actually called the evades, but you can call them dodges, you can call them avoidances, you can call them evades. It's literally just synonyms for the same word. It's literally dodge, avoid, evade. So, so the 3 skills kind of always work in tandem. Usually, most people don't build just one or the other. And as we talked about earlier, they buff up the Valkyrie, so they make her stronger. And they're actually very, very nice abilities. And if you have a couple extra points, I would definitely at least recommend that no matter what your Amazon is, throw at least 1 point into them. Just 1 point at the very least. It's worth it. Trust me. When you can just stand here and you can do this because you're dodging, invading, and bobbing, and weaving, and bobbing, and dodging, and invading, and avoiding, and weaving, and dodging, and bobbing, and evading. It's very, very nice. Okay? And the other very important thing is that they work on magic, a lot of spells. So I know they don't say that they work on spells, but you know how we were talking about earlier how a lot of spells are classified as missile attacks, and so when you use slow missiles on a monster, it will have an effect on, you know, these magic spells, which are technically classified as missiles. As you can see, the slow spears just coming in like at absolutely stupid speed. Because a lot of spells are classified as missiles, they actually do dodge. You actually can dodge and avoid them. So one of the things that is so amazing about the Amazon's evades is that not only can she evade melee and ranged attacks, but she can also evade a really large number of spells. Meteor, for instance, she can literally dodge meteors. She cannot dodge the fire that's on the ground because the fire that's on the ground counts as a spell that is like a ground spell, so it doesn't actually count as a missile attack. But the meteor itself, which comes down and tries to crash into her, counts as a missile, and she can actually dodge the meteor. Charged bolts count as missiles. So when you're fighting like a lightning enchanted monster and you're shooting the lightning enchanted monster and he's spewing out tons of little charged bolts, you can dodge each and every one of the charged bolts. Now, there are some issues, and back in the old days there was actually a bug. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Diablo's lightning actually counted as a missile attack, and Amazons could dodge it, and each individual little piece of his lightning inferno was dodgeable, and Amazons would get stuck in a dodge loop. And so all Diablo had to do for Amazons was basically hit them with this lightning inferno, and they couldn't get out of it. Like, they were stuck in a dodge loop, and it was so many attacks so quickly because, you know, each individual puff of the little lightning inferno counts as an attack, and the Amazon is just literally going like, and they literally can't get out, and so they literally just keep dodging until they die. And that actually had to be patched out of the game. That happened to me once or twice. I was kind of upset when it happened because there was absolutely nothing I could do. Diablo just turned to me. He started shooting his lightning inferno at me, and I was basically just stuck there until I died. He wasn't even doing that much damage to me, but I couldn't leave the lightning inferno, so I was literally just stuck in it forever. And so it's interesting. There are also some other bugs that have come about because of the evades, and one of the most terrible bugs that has been around for a very long time is the Fenn Bug. So if I'm talking about evades, I've got to at least talk about the Fenn Bug, and the Fenn Bug is basically a very amazing skill, very similar to Zeal in many ways, and it has a nice attack bonus, it has nice damage bonus, and for all intents and purposes, it would be a nice skill, but because of the evades, it's not. So you notice how I'm not hitting anything? So if I go up to just one target and I start hitting that one target, usually you're okay. But if you're surrounded with Fend, what happens is when you initiate the Fend and you dodge an attack, it cancels out your Fend, but it still keeps attacking even though your Fend has been canceled. And one of the problems with with the Fend ability is that it's never been able to actually be used with an Amazon that builds avoidances. And if you don't build avoidances on an Amazon, you're very, very weak in melee anyway. So it's either build the avoidances and not be able to use Fend, or use Fend and be a weak little terrible thing. And I remember building a Fend Amazon once a long time ago, and I would just miss like 90% of my attacks would miss unless I was attacking one target. And unlike Zeal, Fend only does well when it's attacking multiple targets. When you're attacking one target, it only hits one time. When you're attacking multiple targets, it hits multiple times very quickly. So if you're attacking like 2 or 3 targets, it's very fast. Now with these guys, it's not so big of a deal because they run away. But if I were over here in Act 5, and I go down here and I fight some of these monsters that don't just run away. Let me give you guys an example. So I'm in the middle of a group like this, and I'm trying to attack. And notice how I cannot get an attack off to save my life? Nothing I do is making my attacks hit. My attacks are just constantly missing. And if I get 1 or 2 attacked off, it's just a lucky hit. So I am now stuck in a situation where I, for the most part, cannot hit targets. And this bug has been in the game for a really, really long time. Now, I'm not going to die here just to prove a point, but I was about to. Hopefully they fix it. There actually was a comment by Rob Gallerani, who's the lead of the project. And he basically said in a nutshell that it was something that they were looking into because it had been an issue for a really long time, and that the Fend skill is basically completely useless because of it. Now, that only really affects the Fend skill. Like, it doesn't really affect most other skills. And that's actually one of the reasons why, as Deviant Brute pointed out, a lot of people will not build dodges. So what a lot of people do is they just simply put 1 point in. So it's a very low percentage. Another thing that you can do is you build block chance. So block chance actually calculates before your dodges. So if you're in a situation like that and you have 75% chance to block, you can avoid most of that by just simply having a really nice chance to block shield on. So you're going to need 75%. And the main issue with Fend, though, is that a lot of people who would build Fend would also build two-handed spears. So you're running like some really nice, like ethereal Breath of the Dying or something, trying to dish out damage. You know, you're not trying to use a one-handed with a shield. And Amazon actually gets huge penalties for one-handed with shield. So unless you were using a spear, this is the only exception. So if you use anything else that's not a spear, so it doesn't matter what it is, if it's a sword, an axe, it could be any of these weapons. If you plop on a sword, you will get absolutely horrible shield breakpoints to no end. And they did this on purpose because they don't want Amazons to use a shield with a regular weapon. So you're forced to either use a shield and a javelin or a spear.
I can't use this yet.
And there's no in between on Javazon or Spearazon. Day of the leveling. Onyx wants Day of the leveling. Y'all guys like my Day of the leveling video? I mean, my Day of videos. Don't lie, you like them. Alright, so next on the list is Critical Strike. And Critical Strike is an amazing ability. It gives you double damage. Pure and simple. So if you have this ability and it procs. It will give you a doubling effect to whatever your damage is, the physical portion of your damage. So, for instance, make sure I don't have any like poison damage or anything lying around on anything. I do. So about 100 damage. So if I attack something and I poke them in the eyeball and critical strike procs, I will get 200 damage instead of 100. Simple as that. And critical strike is very nice because it also stacks with deadly strike. So deadly strike is another ability that you can have, which appears on certain pieces of equipment, like High Lord's Wrath, for instance. I believe that has deadly strike, and you can also get deadly strike on those nice boots. I can't remember which boots they are right off the top of my head. Gore Riders, I think, is what they are. And then there's also a bow that has deadly strike, and so forth and so on. And they don't stack the way that you might think. So they're not going to stack in the effect of multiplying your damage times 4. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to give you more of a chance to proc deadly strike. So think about it like this. You've got a 50% chance to do 2 times damage, and then let's say you have also a 25% chance to do 2 times damage with deadly strike. It's like some dice. So the game's going to roll your 50% dice, and if it doesn't succeed, it's going to roll the 25% dice, and it's going to check and see if those succeed. And what it means is you're going to have a greater percent chance that you're going to get that 2 times damage, as opposed to, not. Y'all are really mad. Why are you staring at me, evil cat?
That way.
Did you see your shirt, evil cat? You got the evil cat shirt. I'm talking to the cat that's on the evil cat shirt. He's staring into my soul right this second. It's not even a meme. It's real life. Is this real life or is this fantasy? Evil cat, please go away. You better watch out before he puts his balls on your neck. You spent 7 days farming for a white monarch, Nolan? Yeah, do cows. Cows is a good place. Cows is a very good place. A very, very good place indeed. Alright, so next on the list we have Penetrate. And Penetrate is your increase to attack rating. So it's very, very simple. Your attack rating right here. So if you hold your mouse over it, it lets you know what your percent chance to hit something is. And it's going to come in super, super duper handy, especially if you're building a character which is not going to use any skills. There actually is a whole Amazon that doesn't use any skills. It only uses passives. And it does massive amounts of damage with only passives. And in that case, you're definitely going to need Penetrate, because Penetrate is going to help you out to get that attack rating that you need. As you can see at level 21, it's 235% to your attack rating, which is pretty sweet. Also, if you're looking for whites, Nolan, make sure you're taking off your Magic Find. Magic Find actually causes them not to drop white. So Magic Find is how you determine your quality of your item, not what items that drop. So if, for instance, if a Monarch Shield spawns and it's going to drop white, your Magic Find is going to increase the chances that it does not drop white, and instead it might drop blue or yellow, or it might drop a set item, or it might drop the gold color. The nice Storm Shield, Monarch Shield. So if you're looking specifically for a white Monarch, you want no Magic Find. That's why a lot of people do cows. They just go into cows with no Magic Find and they just kill everything. And there's a pretty good chance they're going to get a Monarch Shield. Alright, so next on the list is Pierce. So Pierce is probably one of the most powerful abilities that Amazon has, like bar none. People might say that that Lightning Fury is the most powerful ability, or that that Freezing Arrow is the most powerful ability, or Guided Arrow is the most awesome ability, or whatever. I'm gonna tell you right now, the most powerful ability that Amazon has is Pierce. Bar none. There's nothing better on the Amazon's bar than Pierce. And I'm gonna show you why. So when you go to an area and you've got a ton of monsters and you need to deal out damage, if you didn't have Pierce, you would only do one shot of damage. So one shot. With Pierce, your one shot of damage can be multiplied into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, sometimes even 20 shots of damage, depending on how many monsters you have lined up. You can multiply out your damage to the point of absurdity with Pierce. Lightning Fury will only do one hit of damage without Pierce. But if you have Pierce, you can do a trillion% more damage. Like, if you get your cows all bundled up in a nice little group, I mean, it is just amazing. Like, for right now, I'm shooting Freezing Arrow into a group of monsters. And you see that it pierces through, and it hits the monsters behind, and it just keeps on going, and it does massive amounts of damage to everything in the line. And if I can get them all lined up, which is actually why I chose Arcane Sanctuary, because Arcane Sanctuary is a great place where monsters just love to line up for you. You just fire one arrow, and everything dies. And all of the abilities that Amazon have, for the most part, are utilizing that Pierce ability. The only exceptions are the melee skills. So Jab, Impale, Bend, Power Strike, Charge Strike, and Lightning Strike. So these 6 abilities right here are the only ones that don't utilize Pierce. Because I don't have wings, that's why, obviously. Give me a Red Bull. She doesn't seem to do that well in hell. I don't know, she does alright. Look at that, even the lightning bolts are getting slowed. Look at this, I didn't even know that lightning could get slowed. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, slow lightning. Yes, exploding arrow also. So if I grab exploding arrow, here's exploding arrow. Let's go fight some monsters. Or we could also do immolation arrow, which isn't as good as exploding arrow, but it's all right. Immolation arrow on Pierce is kind of like crack cocaine. Look at all them fire. And like, that's a lot of fire. Every single time it pierces through, it makes another fire pool. It just does. And I literally shot an arrow off, and it must have hit like 30 monsters going back. And they were literally just like fire pools for miles. And that is also a good thing, is that some bows have piercing, and you don't have to worry about building it. So there are some bows like the Buriza, which have 100 piercing on them. The Wizendraw has 60, or the Demon Machine Chukonu has 66% piercing. There is also a belt that has 33% piercing. Which is nice to tag along with your Pierce, so you can wear Razor Tail on pretty much any Amazon, and it will have a very nice effect for you. There are bows that have like 33% piercing and so forth and so on. There's even a couple Barbarian throwing items that have piercing effect on them. So if you were a throwing Barbarian, I would definitely recommend using like Razor Tail along with one of the piercing items, so that your axes are actually piercing through targets. It means the percent chance. So if you have Buriza has a 100% pierce, which means that it will always pierce through no matter what. Right now, I currently have a 86% pierce. If I were to stack that with a razor tail belt, which is 33% pierce, 86 plus 33% would be over 100, which means I would be at 100% pierce. You can also stack that from bows as well. So it's like we were talking about, certain bows have pierce effects on them. Like for instance, if I go to my Battle.net account here, I have a Amazon bows. So here we have a bunch of bows. We've got Wind Force. We've got... None of these have pierce on them. None of these... Hold on. Hold on to the minute. Orby Borby. Orby Borby. So we have the Doomslinger has piercing attack. It doesn't tell you. You have to look it up. You have to actually look up and see what the pierce percentage is on them. So we've got Ichor String piercing attack, and then we also have Buriza piercing attack, and then we have Demon Machine piercing attack. So I know some of them right off the top of my head, like Demon Machine is 66%, Buriza is 100%. I'm not sure what Gut Siphon is. I haven't actually looked up that one recently. Of course, it's always just a couple types away. Gut Siphon D2. And it's 33% pierce. Alright, so let's go back to talking about these abilities here. So go back to my test Amazon. And we're just talking about the abilities right now. Free Super Monk. So we've covered the passive and the magic skills tree. I've gone over everything in here, and you can definitely see how no matter what Amazon you play, some of these things are going to be useful. You know, if you're going to build a melee Amazon, you might build critical strike and penetrate. If you're going to build a bow Amazon, you're definitely going to throw a couple points into pierce and so forth and so on. You might need a Valkyrie for you know, a free meat shield. So let's move on to the next tree. And the next tree is going to be the bow and crossbow skills. So the first one we have right at the top there is Magic Arrow. And Magic Arrow is unique in that you don't need arrows. So just as a demonstration, I'm going to take my arrows off of my character. And I'm going to show you guys that she does not need anything. So when you're using Magic Arrow, you get free attacks. It also converts your physical damage into magic damage, which is very effective for killing some monsters who may be physically immune. It gets 1% magical damage per level. So if you were to have, say, 20 points into it, you're going to have 20% magic damage. And then if you level it even higher, so if you get like level 30 or level 40 magic arrow, depending on your plus to skills, you can beef up that magic damage to even further heights. Now, of course, it's still going to be converting your physical damage into magic damage. So if you don't have very high physical damage in the first place, it's not going to be very helpful. And there are a lot of bows that have magic arrow on them. Some of them even come with like level 20 magic arrow, believe it or not. So if you look at certain bows, I think like Wizendraw in particular has level 20 magic arrow on them, which means you're getting a free 20% magic damage conversion with no points in the actual skill. Some of them only have like level 1 magic arrow. You actually have to look up the bow and see what particular level the magic arrow is. And what's up, Type Potato? What are you talking about? We're in the old graphics. The old graphics always looked like poop. So now we're going to go on to the next skill, and the next skill is Fire Arrow. Fire Arrow does require arrows, so I'm going to have to put some arrows back on. And Fire Arrow is very similar to Magic Arrow in that it converts your physical damage into fire damage. So if you look at it, it says converts 43% of physical damage to elemental damage. And it says plus to attack rating 190% with fire damage of 234 to 261. So we've got a conversion, essentially, of our physical damage into magic damage. Well, not magic damage, fire damage. I've never particularly been impressed with this one. especially because it's not really adding a lot of fire damage to your attack. More so as it's just converting your current damage into fire damage. And it's meh. I mean, I don't think a lot of people ever really use Fire Arrow for much of anything, to be honest. It's really just a builder to Exploding Arrow. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. So the next one on the list here is Multi-Shot. And Multi-Shot gains 1 extra arrow per level. So you get a huge bonus to the number of arrows on your shot here. But the problem with it is it also reduces your damage by 3/4. So all the damage that you dish out with whatever bow you have goes down by a huge amount. And the mana cost on it isn't exactly very friendly at 24 per shot. Especially when you're in here with the undead. And the undead keep you from being able to steal mana, which is kind of a thing. So thirsty. Aha. Which bow skill would I say is good for hell immunities? I mean, Magic Arrow is nice to have, but you can get it on a bow. So most people won't put points into it. The 21% physical damage to magic damage will actually allow you to kill just about anything. Yes, and we were talking about that the other day, about how the Amazon and the multi-shot and the Bear's shockwave are very similar. So if you aim really far away, they tighten up. And if you aim very close to yourself, they spread out. I just drank the last of my water, sir. I think. There we go. Drank it. Ow.
Not here.
I did play Amazon a bunch on the Diablo 2 Resurrected beta, and it was okay. I didn't like how it prevented me from placing my shots. I talked about this in the beta, and basically, here we go. Here we go. They're hydrating. I'm gonna drink some Mop and Glow. That's all I got near me. Why do I always have Mop and Glow near me? Some Murphy's Old Shine. I'm gonna shine up them lungs. 99% naturally derived ingredients, biodegradable. Do not drink. Do not drink. If swallowed, drink a glass of water to dilute. Due to formula differences, do not use Murphy Oil liquid as a refill for Murphy Oil multi-surface spray. I need some more water. That's my favorite drink. It's terrible. So yes, multi-shot has a very interesting use. And I think one of the things that people use it for the most is a sort of like a side skill. So say for instance you've got multi-shot, or you're using Freezing Arrow as your main ability, and then you have multi-shot on your right click. And so what you would do is you would fire off your Freezing Arrow, and then when you run out of mana, you would then fire off your multi-shot a couple times to restore your mana. You notice how you get little life steal procs? See all the little life steal procs coming on? I have no mana steal, unfortunately. But you can use it very easily to steal life and mana from multiple targets, and it adds up super duper fast. Like super duper fast. What's up, Naksu? It's an interesting name. I hope I said that correctly. What's my thoughts on Frozen Orb and Resurrected? It looks fine. I didn't think it was terrible. I mean, I know people are really picky about that skill because it's like one of their favorite skills. Just like I'm picky about a Bone Spear and Bone Spirit. And I thought when I saw the original Bone Spear and Bone Spirit from Diablo 2 Resurrected Alpha, I thought they were absolutely awful. But of course we weren't supposed to see those. So it's a good farming build. Oh, you're talking about like its usefulness. I mean, it's still very useful. There are a lot of cold immunes in Hell, though. I always feel like whenever I'm in Hell as a cold sorceress, I always feel like I'm just doing horrible. There's just so many cold immunes. I mean, even the Countess. You can't even go farm the Countess. So anyway, multi-shot is an interesting ability. I think most people don't actually build multi-shot as their main skill. It's a little difficult. The mana cost on it is just very high and very anti-spammy. You need lots of mana steal to really make it work, and you need lots of physical damage to augment that mana steal, so that when you're hitting targets, you're actually converting that mana into your pool. Because if you don't have high physical damage, your mana steal is going to be worthless, and you might not be a physical damage Amazon. So you might be like a cold Amazon that doesn't have very high physical damage, and so you're trying to shoot your little multi-shot out, and it's not giving you enough mana back, and that's a whole thing. It is mediocre now. It used to be freaking OP as all get out, and there's a reason for that. It was because it was OP as all get out that they hit it with the nerf hammer, and it's just interesting. It's not like the greatest thing in the world, but low levels, it's absolutely terrible. So like, let me go hop onto my little girl here. So as you can imagine, it's cutting your damage by 3/4. So you're already getting a huge nerf to your damage. And if you don't have any points into it, like if you only have 1 point into it, the number of arrows that it has is rather pathetic. So this is a level 8 multi-shot. As you can see, by comparison with the max level multi-shot, this one is next to nothing. Now granted, you can still just spam it off into the distance and you'll see the little lifesteal procs happening on my character. So I'm still getting something, I suppose. Does this character even have mana steal? I don't think she does. I'll give you vampire gaze. How about that? Of course, that's going to take away from her her actual plus the skills. But in Hell difficulty, there's such a high penalty on life and mana steal that you need a rather large amount to make it worthwhile. And the damage on it is never going to be like the most amazing in the world. And let me go grab some arrows real quick.
Hail to you, champion.
It's really a utility skill. It's not meant to be a. It's not really meant to be anything more than a utility skill, to be honest. It's supposed to be there to help you restore your life, to help you restore your mana, to apply effects. Like one of the things that you can do with it, which is actually really nice, is I don't have enough room to buy arrows. One thing you can do with it, which is really nice, is you can apply effects. So I have another Amazon in here. Her name is... Where are you at? I built a couple Amazons. Not you, not you. Oh, yeah, is it you? I think it's you. She is specifically a multi-shot Amazon, I believe. And she's not a very good one at that. She hasn't really been finished. Yes, she is multi-shot. Good. So right now she's running a combination of Witch Wild String, which has the chance to cast Amplify Damage. And the entire purpose of her having the chance to cast Amplify Damage is because when she throws her massive number of multi-shots out there, the whole purpose of it is to allow her to get her Amplify Damage off more, on more targets, and as quickly as humanly possible. Multi-shot with Wind Force was it really was very awesome. I had a Wind Force back then, Veek. I did. I did. I was very excited about that. Cows would be a good place to show this off. Why do I have no waypoints on this character? Just a whole lot of nothing. I guess Canyon of the Magi will do. So as you can see, massive amounts of just tons of multi-shot arrows, and it just burns through my mana like crazy, despite the fact that I have Mana Steel. The whole purpose of this is to try and get the proc for the amp damage, and sadly enough, it doesn't proc anywhere near as often as I would like. But once it does proc, it's actually not bad. The goal of this build is actually to multiply my damage by massive numbers. This bow also has Magic Arrow on it, so I'm using Magic Arrow as one of my attacks. So as you can see here, I've got pretty decent Magic Arrow. This bow, I believe, has level 20 Magic Arrow on it, so I'm running a pretty high Magic Arrow. Just from the bow, no actual points required. And to kind of illustrate what's going on here, because it doesn't, if you look at my damage, it just doesn't seem like I have the kind of damage to do what I just did. So I have a whole 916 damage. And you look at what I just did, I kind of murdered everything rather quickly, and you're like, okay, well, how the hell did you murder everything so quickly when you only do 916 damage? Well, what's going on here is, number one, I have the Crit Strike. So Crit Strike is giving me a chance to do double damage, right? So you can automatically multiply that, 916 times 2, so I've got basically 1,800, right? Then on top of that, the bow also has Deadly Strike on it. So my double damage is proccing like 100% of the time, pretty much. Between the Crit Strike and the Deadly Strike, which do stack together, I'm getting a 2 times damage, which is pretty much on every single shot that I fire. Then I also have the Amplify Damage, which is another double damage, which is multiplying that damage out again to another 2 times, so that 1,800 is then turning into, what is that, like 3,600-ish damage, so it's going up to 3,600. And then I'm also getting other effects on there as well, like the increased attack speed, the fact that I have multi-shot, so it's hitting multiple targets at one time, so I'm doing about like 3,600 damage to multiple monsters, and so forth and so on. And it adds up because it keeps multiplying my damage outward. I also have Fanaticism, which is increasing my damage and allowing me to go faster as well. The Fanaticism... No, she used to have Fanaticism, never mind. She used to, I took it away. That's right, because I only have one Faith Bow. I gave the Faith Bow to my other Amazon, who's using it at the moment. Poo. Poo. Poo, poo, poo. But anyway, there's a whole lot going on here behind the scenes that you can't really see on the character panel. That's why a lot of people have come to call the character panel the lying character panel. And then let's go to another character, because we're about to talk about another skill called Guided Arrow, and I don't have Guided Arrow on this character. So Guided Arrow is very interesting, and pre 1.10, so 1.09 and back, Guided Arrow used to be broken. And we'll talk about that for a second as well, because that's always fun to talk about. So Guided Arrow is this really interesting ability that pierces through targets and out the other side, and then would seek the target, come back, and would pierce and hit them again. And it doesn't do that anymore. And there's a reason why it doesn't do that anymore, and it's because it was broken as all get out, and people used to use it for just the most fun things. You would fire a guided arrow at somebody, it would hit them, leave, come back, 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 hit them, leave, and it would just keep doing this over and over again, and you would just keep hitting the same target with the guided arrow almost like an infinite number of times. Because if your pierce skill was high enough, the arrow would just go through and it would just keep attacking. And so what they did was they took away Guided Arrow's ability to pierce. It no longer pierces. So what does Guided Arrow still do? The answer to this question is that Guided Arrow still guides to the target. So I can fire like over here and it will still just change directions and hit the target, as you can see. Like it just kind of, you have to be kind of close to it. But as you can see, it changes directions. It even comes back to hit the target. But that's not the only thing that Guided Arrow does. So one of the other things that Guided Arrow does is it always hits the target. It ignores any attack rating. It does not care. Attack rating is not even in its calculations. It's very similar to Smite in this regard. So Smite does not have an attack rating calculation, and neither does Guided Arrow. Guided Arrow will always hit its target. So if you are firing a guided arrow at a target, whether it be PVM or PvP, it will always hit. And this is an interesting mechanic because it can be abused. You can basically build your character completely for damage and forego all attack rating, and you can just fire these guided arrows into your targets. They're great for bosses because a lot of people will have decent enough attack rating for minions, but will not have good enough attack rating for bosses, and this can be an issue. So if you have like at least 1 point in guided arrow, usually you can at least hit the target, and guided arrow will help you sort of stumble through the boss. And there's really not much more to be said about guided arrow other than its interesting past and its unfortunately not so interesting future, because once they nerfed it, it really wasn't worth using anymore. It does have some kind of like niche uses, like if you can get it on a like a bow paladin. Bow paladins actually have some pretty sweet uses for it. So you can build like a really high elemental damage bow paladin, and then you fire this guided arrow, and it carries with it all the elemental damage that you're pushing out. And so when it hits a target, it's just a massive amount of elemental damage. And the paladin doesn't have to worry about building attack rating because he just fires this one guided arrow, and it just absolutely just abolishes the person. Just erases them from existence. There are some, I think there's some other characters that use it sometimes. It just depends. Charges, basically, Old Man Stalker. Although I don't think it's on any particular bows. And I believe it's on gloves too. People are saying it's on gloves. Yeah, it's on gloves. Interesting. I didn't know it was on gloves. There's a bow that gives +5. The unique Widowmaker ward bow. So the Widowmaker gives 3 to 5 to guided arrow. So yeah, that would definitely be a very nice one for a like a paladin. It's this one right here. I was pretty sure there was a bow, and there's also charges on gloves. I wanted to look it up and actually link it though. No, it wouldn't be Vengeance that you would use. You would go with a like a Tesla din, like lightning. So you would go like dual dreams, or like a dream helmet, and then you would build up max Tesla din. You'd get all the plus skills you could, and then when you fire your little guided arrows out of your Widowmaker, it would it would carry with it all that lightning damage.
Good to see you.
Yeah, the Day of the Paladin was actually a Boadin. That was a whole thing. So next is Strafe, and we're going to talk about Strafe for a minute. This character actually is a Strafe Amazon, and one of the interesting things about Strafe is it procs. You can have proc effects on every single attack of Strafe. So, for instance, I have an armor on right now, which I'm using specifically for this build, and it's Bone, and the entire purpose of this is to get the Bone Spear. So it has a 15% chance to cast level 10 Bone Spear on striking, and I attack with Strafe 10 arrows in rapid succession. And the number of times which I will trigger Bone to actually work is pretty ridiculous. It works better when I'm piercing through multiple targets, but you'll see the spear actually come out the backside of the monster, which is pretty cool. And as you're fighting things like cows, you'll see multiple bone spears. There's also a specific bow which has a 100% chance to cast bone spear. It's a rune word. I can't remember the rune word right off the top of my head. This character is not specifically Strafe though, which is the reason why I'm not using it. What is that one called? I'm gonna link that one in chat too, just for giggles. Like if you wanted to build yourself a Strafe Amazon, this would be like one of the best bows. So we're gonna go missile weapons, and then we're gonna look at the missile weapons real quick. Because there's only a couple missile weapon rune words anyway. Alright, so I believe it is... There, no, that's not it. 100% chance to cast level 40 Wizard when you level up, dang. That's not the one I'm looking for. There it is, Brand. 100% chance to cast level 18 Bone Spear on striking. And it's a bow. And so it has 35% chance to cast Amplify Damage, level 14 Amplify Damage, and 100% chance to cast level 18 Bone Spear. And it's just absolutely amazing for a Strafe Amazon, because you just run in here and you start spamming your attacks, and you just see Bone Spears coming out everywhere, slipping through targets. And of course, Bone Spear pierces also, and the Amplify Damage is also nice. So you get a sort of a combined effect there between the three abilities, and it definitely adds up in damage. And since Strafe is mainly physical damage, you need that Amplify damage to really boost it up. The Strafe has a 3/4 weapon damage too, though, just like Multi-Shot. So your physical damage is going to be much lower because you're using the Strafe ability. I'm using Strafe with Freezing Arrow as my secondary. It's not my main here. If it was my main, if Strafe was my main, I would be using a Brand Bow. I think Freezing Arrow tends to be one of the strongest builds just simply because of the crowd control, Old Man Stalker. I think it's important to show off the crowd control of a Freezing Arrow Amazon. And since we are going to be showing those skills off next, we'll talk about that. So let me actually go and grab a leg. I'm going to go grab a leg, and we're going to do a cow run here. So to grab a leg, I'm going to have to hop over here on my designated cow leg grabber. Come on, designated cow leg grabber. If you're wondering why he's my designated cow leg grabber, it's because he's never killed the Cow King. All my other characters kill the Cow King, and I couldn't care less about it. His job is to make the cow portal and leave. And the reason why I chose him specifically as my cow portal maker is because he's no good in cows anyway. He's very single target based damage, and despite the fact that he can kill any of the cows very easily, he doesn't do very well killing multiple targets. And the cows is like the most multi-target zone that ever existed. So the two characters are like water and oil; they just don't mix. Is just off the. I usually just run around until I see the little yellow appear on my screen. It usually doesn't take very long, but I guess this time I'm not quite getting it correctly. There we go. What's up, Rockapishu? Come here. You dropped a dang broadsword. Look at you. What's that, Griswold's Edge? Griswold's Edge! I was right. See? Haha. I know stuff. I know stuff. Get out the way. I'm trying to go through the portal. Don't be rude. You don't be rude neither. Neither of you. You know, you could always go get the Wurt's Leg in normal difficulty and not go through all this trouble. It doesn't have to be the hell difficulty Wurt's Leg. And I guess for some reason I never thought of that, like ever. Just never thought of that in 1,000 years. Could just go get it in normal. Oh god, my cube is so full. Dear Lord Jesus.
Good day.
I am overburdened.
I'm going to show you guys something absolutely useless that I did just for fun. Since I'm on this character, I might as well. I created this item right here. It is the I upgraded an ethereal Atlantean sword to a mythical sword just for the giggles, just to see what kind of damage it would have. This is a upped ethereal Atlantean sword that is ethereal. So that's the highest damage that that an Atlantean could ever be. And I just really wanted to see. Just wanted to see what kind of damage it had. To actually use it, you'd have to put a Zod rune in it. I mean, you could also give it to an Act 5 Merc, but you know, it's interesting. I just thought it was interesting to play around with. It didn't cost me anything. I had the runes laying around. All right, so let's go grab our Amazonian, and I'm going to show you how ridiculous the crowd control is on Freezing Arrow. So before we go into the Cow Portal, though, let's talk about the two other abilities. So we've got Cold Arrow, which is very similar to Fire Arrow we were talking about earlier. It converts your physical damage into elemental damage, which again is not really the greatest because generally you don't really have that high of a physical damage threshold on Amazon. So converting 50% of nothing still usually results in nothing, which just tends to be not the greatest. Early on in the game, you'll use it, but you'll just use it until you get to Ice Arrow, and you'll only really use Ice Arrow until you get to Freezing Arrow, because Freezing Arrow is so much better than Ice and Cold Arrow, it's not even funny. Ice Arrow is very similar to Freezing Arrow, but it has no AoE effect. So if you look at it, it has a freeze time of 6 seconds, whereas Freezing Arrow has a freezing time of 2 seconds, so it freezes them for longer. So the longer freeze time is actually nice. But you can beef up the freeze time of Freezing Arrow by beefing up Ice Arrow, which I have not done yet, by the way. It is on the agenda, I promise. So Ice Arrow is very nice because it freezes targets. And if I go into the cow level and show you guys, let's see if I can find just one cow. Good luck finding just one cow. That's a whole thing. As you can see, the cows are now frozen. Alright, but that doesn't do me any good, because I don't need one cow being frozen. I need all the cows being frozen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Ice Arrow. Now, the reason why Ice Arrow is so much better than, or Freezing Arrow is so much better than Ice Arrow, is because it has a radial freeze of 3.3 yards, and it does its cold damage in that radius. So if I go into that same group of monsters with Ice Arrow, you will see that the effect of Ice Arrow is just amazing. So let's go kill some cows, shall we? Oh, why am I mercenary? My freaking Valkyrie died so fast. Now, it's not going to freeze bosses, so do be careful of the bosses, and anyone that is immune to cold you're going to have a little bit of trouble with. So this particular monster is immune to cold, so we're going to have to play around with him for a little bit. And I do have a solution for immune to cold monsters, but we're going to take care of the non-immune to cold monsters first. Now, the beauty of Freezing Arrow is that it does more damage when you have more monsters. So the more monsters you have on the screen, the more monsters that you're piercing through with Freezing Arrow, the better the damage is going to be. So it's going to be multiplicative. And the tighter you can get them in a little group, the better the damage is going to be. So take, for instance, we have Freezing Arrow here, and we have a nice pierce. If we shoot one monster, we're only getting 1,400 damage. Right? But if we have a group of monsters, like say for instance you have like 10 monsters all in a huddle, and they're all within 3.3 yards of each other, and you shoot one arrow and it pierces through 4 or 5 of them, it's going to do 4 or 5 multiple explosions, and each one of those is going to multiply out your 1,400 cold damage versus multiple targets. And then on top of that, I'm using a Wizendraw bow. So the Wizendraw bow has negative 32% to cold enemy resistance, my enemy cold resistance, which is further increasing that cold damage that they're taking. That doesn't cancel out immunities, unfortunately, but it does cause a monster who is otherwise extremely cold resistant to take a larger amount of damage from those abilities. And you really start to see how the Freezing Arrow can just sort of lock down entire groups of monsters at a time. And this isn't even max freezing arrow. This is freezing arrow that only has a 2-second freeze. And you can just see how beautifully, wonderfully I was able to just rip apart those cows. Now that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to rip apart every monster that I come to, because some monsters cannot be frozen. And ooh, 8% bone weave. 8% bone weave. 546%, 46 defense. Isn't that a lot of defense? I could be wrong. I feel like that's pretty high. Do I have any room in my inventory for this freaking Monarch Shield and this Bone Weave? I completely got distracted. Old Man Stalker said, what would you use for act bosses with this build? Same thing. I would just spam Freezing Arrow on them. The best thing with act bosses is to get them close to a wall. And let me see if I can actually show you that. I need my Monarch Shield. So there's a trick with a lot of Amazon abilities, because you have the ability to pierce, is that when you fire an ability at a monster, if the ability hits a wall, a hard object, it will perform a second explosion. And you can trick the game basically into dealing more damage this way. So like, for instance, when you shoot this right here, where is it? You see how we get a small explosion on the wall? So there are some objects that count and some objects that don't. And you can do this with a lot of abilities. You can do this with Javazon, for instance, and I'll show you guys that later. Javazon can also do the same thing. So you can double your damage on monsters, especially on like Bale, for instance, who has lots of pillars and random objects in his throne room that can be used for this purpose. You can do it on Diablo. It's a little harder, but you got to get him next to the wall. Duriel's pretty easy to do it on because he likes to charge around, and there's plenty of walls in that room. I'm trying to think. And Duriel's fairly easy. There's a whole bunch of pillars in her room, so usually you just line up with one of the pillars and you try and get her close enough to it so the 3.3 yards will hit her. It's pretty much just spam your freezing arrow. I mean, if you absolutely need to, you could use guided arrow. Like I was talking about earlier, guided arrow will always hit the target, which is nice. But as an Amazon, you're spending a lot of your time lining yourself up to make sure your shots are piercing the most number of targets possible. So you want your shots to be going through everything. You want to line yourself up with the line, essentially. So if you see a line of monsters, you're going to position yourself according to that line, and you're going to make sure you're hitting as many as you can with your shots. Bosses, like I said, you got to like work a little bit differently, but they will still slow them, it just won't freeze them. Unless they have cannot be frozen. Some monsters do have cannot be frozen, like Moonlords. Moonlords are cannot be frozen always. I mean, you could do that if you wanted to get in there and melee Darwin, or you could just simply sit back and have some fun. I'll show you that later on my Javazon. So we've covered every single ability except for the fire abilities, which I'm going to have to take you to my test character for, because I don't have a fire Amazon on me. So let's go... Actually, hold on. I need to pick up that bone weave. I want to pick up the bone weave armor. Pardon moi. Do you have room? You do have room. Good. Bink. I can't remember if that's good defense or not. I'm gonna have to look at it. I was thinking about socketing it. Tongue Twister Day. The day of the tongue twister. Alright, so the last one we're going to do is the Fire Amazon. And so we already talked about Fire Arrow, so I'm going to go straight into Exploding Arrow. Exploding Arrow is a really cool ability because just like Freezing Arrow, it has a radial effect. It doesn't have as much crowd control as Freezing Arrow. It's not going to immediately freeze your targets like Freezing Arrow does, but it does have crowd control attached to it. The crowd control that it has attached to it is in the form of a micro stun. So there is this little tiny micro stun that Exploding Arrow does when it hits a target, and that little tiny micro stun will kind of like cause the monsters to have a small pause. You see how they kind of like pause when they're hit with Exploding Arrow? Let me see if I can find another group here. You see how they kind of like, they're just, It's kind of like a hit recovery stun, like kind of, but it's not quite the same thing. And all the monsters that are hit by Exploding Arrow will have to like suffer this little tiny hit recovery stun. And it's actually extremely useful for keeping monsters away from you and being able to constantly damage you. You'll also notice that just like Freezing Arrow, it has a Pierce effect because we've leveled up Pierce, and you're dealing that fire damage in a concentrated area. So the more times that you're able to pierce targets, the more monsters you're able to hit, the more your fire damage multiplies out. So right now it's 469 to 544, and that seems rather low. And if you were looking at that damage, you'd be like, okay, that's kind of pathetic, especially considering it's a level 21 ability. But there's a magic thing about Exploding Arrow that makes it still viable. And the way that Exploding Arrow works that makes it still viable is that any fire damage that you have is added to the explosion. Doesn't matter where that fire damage come from. If you have fire damage on any of your abilities, on any of your like your equipment, your charms, your hat, whatever you've got, it will add to the explosion damage. So not just the initial impact. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the actual 3.3 yard explosion that the Exploding Arrow has. All your fire damage gets added to it. And so what that means is that you can stack as much fire damage as you possibly can in the form of charms and equipment, fire skill damage and things like that, and then combined with the fact that you're piercing your targets, the explosions will actually dish out a pretty nice amount of damage. Now, you can't really make this build viable in Hell without a massive amount of fire damage. And then on top of that, as we've discussed many times in many of the videos, fire damage is pretty bad in Hell difficulty. So you're going to need some form of breaking that fire immunities. So you're probably going to need an Infinity Merc. So if you really wanted to make a fire explosion Amazon work, you're going to need to have a really high amount of fire damage added from multiple sources. So you know, helmets, you know, rings, all sorts of stuff, charms, anything you can stack onto your character, as much fire damage as you can humanly get. To give you an example of those charms, I actually have some right here. There you are. So this character has a bunch of charms on her, which I've pulled into the game. So here we have some 26 to 42 damage small fire charms. So this is the kind of stuff that would really stack up on her. And you could basically fill your whole inventory with these. Of course, you'd be looking for something that has more than just fire damage on it. Once you get to Hell, do you have enough points to run both Exploding and Freezing Arrow? Probably. You could run both. Because honestly, with the two trees, so because Freezing Arrow doesn't actually get damage from Ice Arrow, you only have to spend 40 points. So that's 20 points here and 20 points here. So you don't have to build Ice Arrow. Ice Arrow is to increase the crowd control, so the freeze duration. And then when it comes to Exploding Arrow only gets its damage increase from Fire Arrow. So you don't have to build Immolation Arrow. So again, you're only 20 points here. So that's 40 and 40, so that's 80. And then you would have to get a decent number of points into Pierce, Penetrate, and Critical Strike. So that would probably eat up the remainder of your points. So yes, building a Fire and an Ice Amazon is actually something that you could do. It's not going to be as good, though, as building like one or the other, though. Because like if you built only Ice, you can put on things like Wiz and Draw, which reduces enemy cold resistance. But if you're building both of them, it doesn't make as much sense to build those negative resistances, because you would just switch whenever you're having trouble, right? Or, you know, one of them could always be your main, and the other one could be your sub. Which, you know, that's up to you. The next one on the list is Immolation Arrow, and I usually find Immolation Arrow to be the lesser of the two. And the reason why is it does have a nice explosion damage, which is 1,350, which seems like really, really awesome. But I don't know why, but it doesn't perform as well as Exploding Arrow does. But it is viable. So like if we go to, let me go back to Arcane Sanctuary real quick, and I'll choose another one of these routes. You see here we have a rather nice fire-like effect that appears on the ground, and it pierces through multiple targets, applies that fire effect multiple times. So we get like a stacking of this fire effect, which is fairly nice. Now, this one I could see being a little bit more better, a little mo better for bosses, because you could really stack that fire damage up underneath their arsehole. You know, you can really get just like those volcanoes from the druid. You're gonna stack it up under their butt, and you get as much. But I don't know if you've noticed something about Immolation Arrow, it has a delay. I don't know if you've noticed it yet. Have you noticed it? So with Exploding Arrow, I can fire as many times as I want to, as quickly as I want to. But with Immolation Arrow, I'm stuck on this really slow firing time. That's as fast as it goes, ladies and gentlemen.
I need mana.
So it's interesting, but it tends to be one of the ones that's not chosen. So if people go fire, I think a lot of the times they go with Exploding Arrow, just simply because you can build Exploding Arrow to be fired super duper duper fast. Like if you have Fanaticism and all those nice things, and you've got tons of fire damage, it can really stack up and add. Well, it has an actual built-in delay. That's the thing. So when a skill reds out like that, it's not because your casting speed isn't fast enough. It's because it has a built-in delay. So this actually has a built-in delay of 1 second. Very similar to the way that Blizzard has a built-in delay. Or, what's the other skill that has a built-in delay that's very similar? Hydra has a built-in delay. Sorceress also has another one too. Firewall. Yes, faster is generally more fun. Alright, so that covers the bow skills. And you can really mix and match these bow skills to your heart's content. You know, you can build a freezing arrow strafes on, you can build a freezing arrow guided arrows on, a freezing arrow magic arrows on, a freezing arrow exploding arrows on, an exploding arrow guided arrow. You can mix and match these however you want, whatever makes sense to you. And that's kind of the whole fun thing about the Amazon, is even though I've gone over these skills, I really haven't gone over all of the amazing combinations that you can perform with these skills. And then, of course, you also have equipment. So Amazon has tons of bows and all sorts of just beautiful equipment that you can use to really make things work quite well. And it's really up to you to find those combinations. I mean, I can point some of them out to you, but eventually you'll be like, okay, well, that's really cool. I can use a faith bow. I can use this bow. I can use whiz and draw. I can use such and such, and you'll just have a lot of fun with it. Cheat games. You were talking about Open BattleNet, because Open BattleNet was all about cheat games. What's up, Northy? I mean, most bows are relatively cheap and easy to get a hold of. You're going to have a little trouble getting hold of something like a faith bow or a faith bow or a wind force. Those are pretty rare. Whew. I need some liquid. Some liquid. Some water. Water. Alright, so we're done with the whole bow side. So let's move on to the The javelin. The javelin. Where you needed to give a code to join the server. Not quite sure what you mean. What's up? The lightning fury tree. This is the javelin tree. I don't know what you're talking about Deviant Brute. And we're gonna start out with jab. Jab is a very amazing ability. It's a it's 3 huts. All right, so it's So that's why I forgot I have a knockback javelin. So jab is like a really early level zeal. It's only 3 hits instead of 5, but it's really, really nice. And unfortunately, it starts out with negative damage. It actually brings down the damage of your attack, and eventually, as you level it up, it will get a massive, just whopping 45% bonus to damage. The main benefit of this is just it's really fast. It's physical damage, and it's really quite fast, and that's about all there is to that. And I really wish... Heal. Come on. Heal. Come on, stop being rude. Don't be rude. Too many zombos. It's your first skill that you're going to put points into on your Javazon because it's the precursor to everything. So you're probably going to use it early on in the game. You're probably going to use it on your Javazon or your Spearazon or whatever it is that you make, and it's kind of important. Especially because it's good for life and Mana Steel. So if you want to get some early life and Mana Steel, it's great for that. Especially since some of these abilities have like no ability to mana or life steal. Take for instance Lightning Bolt, which converts all of your weapon damage into lightning damage, which basically means that you're doing no physical damage and you can't do any lightning. You can't actually steal anything. So no life or Mana Steel. And early on in the game, you'll find that it's actually quite strong. Late game, it becomes increasingly weaker because it doesn't have any increase to the amount of damage that it does. And if you have a lot of faster attack speed, it really works quite well. This is the same ability that the Mercs get. So Act 2 Mercs, they are also using Jab. So it kind of gives you an idea of what they're actually dealing with. It's 3 quick attacks, which is why they can't just attack and run away. It's because they're always stuck in a 3 attack sequence. So they don't just walk up to a target and attack once. They always walk up to a target and attack 3 times. And that might explain to some of you guys why your mercenary chooses to run up, attack a target, and then it seems to take him forever to catch up because he's got to perform 3 full attacks before he's allowed to come back. And let me get a javelin that's not knockback so I can actually show this ability off properly. Poop. You ain't gonna sell me no javelins now? Okay. I'll see how it is, Charcy. That's alright. I'm gonna go to Gahid. You ain't wanna compete. That's fine. You ain't wanna compete. That's fine. You ain't wanna compete. That's a Mana Steel. Nice. Ooh, look at that red blade on that thing. Ooh, that thing looks sexy. Look at that sexy red blade. It's got a little blood tip on it too. I likes it. Let's go. Let's go a jabbing. Let's all go a jabbing. Oh, let's all go jabbing. Oh, let's go jab everything in Stonyfield. Come here. Where you at? Why ain't not the jab? Come here. Come here. Ah, much better. Yes. Alright, so we also have another skill called Impale. And Impale is a massive amount of damage in 1 hit. And I always found Impale to be very not the greatest. It's a really long wind-up. I mean, kind of ridiculous. I mean, look at this wind-up on this thing. Look at this. It's like... And I find that it gets interrupted all the time. because it has such a long windup, like such a ridiculously long windup. It just gets interrupted all the time. I mean, can you imagine you've got an attack that takes you like, it almost feels like a full second that it takes for her to use the ability. And in the time that it takes for her to use the ability, she's already getting her butt beat. And then on top of that, it also ruins the weapon's durability. So it has a 25% chance of just like crashing the weapon, like just tanking the durability on the weapon and making you have to go back to town and repair it. And my thoughts on Impale was always that it was meant to be used with like a really big, really heavy damage weapon because it has 800% increase to damage. So theoretically, it would have this huge damage hit. You'd have this one big giant hit, and it would do like massive amounts of damage. But it never does. And Fend, we already talked about earlier. Fend is bugged, so unfortunately it's not usable. Until they fix the bug which cancels out your attack, Fend is going to always be useless, and there's really not much we can do about that. Hopefully they fix it, because I would like to make a Fend Amazon. That would be fun. I actually had tried to make a Fend Amazon in the past, and unfortunately it was not possible. So we'll see. Maybe one day in the future, at some point. And then we also have the elemental side of the javelin tree. So there's two sides to this tree. This is the physical, like melee damage side, and this is the actual thrown side. So let's go over the physical melee side first. So first we have Power Strike, and this is a very common choice for anyone who likes to build Lightning Fury, because Power Strike does synergize with Lightning Fury, and it's easy to build early on. So if you want to go out and you want to attack some stuff with Lightning Strike, it's just a massive amount of lightning damage added to your attack. It doesn't function much different than a Tesladin. It's just lightning damage added to the attack. Nothing fancy, nothing special at all. So you just walk up to something, you hit them, and you apply a massive amount of lightning damage to them. And this can be very helpful, especially if you're building a lightning, Javazon. So you have some sort of physical damage component, I mean not physical, I mean melee component, so you can get in there and you can beat things up, and single target at that, because Javazons tend to be very poor single target characters, and it's true. They're very good AoE characters, but not so good on the single target. Alright, so really not much more to say about this ability. It's a good synergy ability. It's good to build early on if you're going for Lightning Strike or Lightning Fury, because it does synergize with those. So if you're going to max that out early on, it's very nice. Next is Charge Strike, and Charge Strike is literally another ability that has charged bolts. So when you use it, it emits a bunch of little charged bolts, very similar to the Sorceress's skill. And also the Assassin's little trap that has charged bolts. So this is like the third ability so far we've covered that uses charged bolts. And as you can see, it kind of has more of an AoE component to it than Charged Strike has, or Power Strike. So Charged Strike is a little bit more AoE than Power Strike, which is really the only thing it's got going for it. Really not much more to say about that. It's a little AoE attack. You run in, you stab some stuff, some little charges come out. The number of synergies on these abilities is kind of ridiculous. So if you're building any of these, they synergize with all of the other lightning abilities. And so to max them out, like to really get them maxed, you have to put in 20 points here, 20 points here, that's 40, 20 points here, that's 60, 20 points here, that's 80, and 20 points here, that's 90. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So it's a really high amount of synergies to get any of these abilities to their maximum. Of course, I have this cheated in, so all these abilities are at their maximum. But yeah. So 7 charge bolts at 3,000 damage apiece. So if you were to hit them with all 7 bolts, you could multiply that out, and you would get a maximum damage of Let's see. But we're talking about 1 to 3,000. So it's never going to hit for 3,000 all the time. So you're looking at about 21,000 if all 7 bolts hit for the same amount. 21,000 is a rather large amount of damage. And then we move on to the next skill, which is Lightning Strike. So Lightning Strike is the capstone of this tree, and Lightning Strike is a huge lightning bolt that comes out. It's very similar to Lightning Fury, but it's only one target. So whereas Lightning Fury can hit multiple targets, Lightning Strike can still hit multiple targets, but not in the same way that Lightning Fury does. Let me go somewhere that has a lot of monsters. I think Halls of the Dead would be a good example. I need more monsters than that to really show it off. So a lot like Lightning Fury, how this works is it sends off a lightning bolt for the number of monsters that are currently around it. So if there's only 5 monsters, it only sends out 5 lightning bolts. And if there's only 10 monsters, it only sends out 10 lightning bolts, and so forth and so on. And it's kind of interesting because the more monsters you have on the screen, the more damage it does. The more lightning it will send out. So if you only have 1, it's only going to send out 1. At max here, it does 22 hits, so it's going to send out 22 lightning bolts, which is 2,331 times 22, which is a lot. That's 10 would be 20,000. So you're looking at 44,000 damage in total if you were to hit at that many targets. That's a pretty sweet amount of targets. Of course, unlike Lightning Fury, it doesn't have the potential to do more than that. So Lightning Fury is its whole own beast, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So let's go for the first Lightning Javelin skill, which is the ability to convert all of your physical damage into lightning damage. And this literally just fires an actual lightning bolt. And you no longer do physical damage at all. Instead, you do entirely lightning damage. You can still pierce through targets, which is nice. And you do about 1,300 damage, so it's not like the most amazing thing in the world. But it is pure, utter lightning damage. If you built your physical damage up high enough, you could potentially build that much, much higher than the 1,387 that it does. But I think most people just simply avoid using this skill because Lightning Fury is so very much better. And Lightning Fury is kind of a little confusing, like when you first look at it. If you've never used it before, you don't really know what's going on. So it says it releases 22 bolts, and it does lightning damage of 1,116. And you might not think that's a whole lot, but it's 1,116 per bolt. There are 22 bolts, and every time it hits, it can dish out 22 bolts. And because you can pierce, you can go through multiple targets, which will release 22 more bolts. And effectively, let's say, for instance, you had a group of cows that was like 30 cows strong. You throw one Lightning Fury into the cows. The Lightning Fury pierces through and hits 10 cows, right? So let's multiply out this damage on the calculator just for fun, shall we? So let's say, for instance, you hit 10 cows. So 10 times 22. So you got 220 bolts that are being fired out. 220 bolts times 1,116 is 245,520 lightning damage. Ain't nothing that we've talked about. Ain't absolutely nothing that we have talked about even close to that number. And to really show it off, I have to actually show it to you in person. So we're gonna do that. So I don't actually have a Javazon, not one fully leveled up. And the beauty of a Javazon is you don't even need a Javazon fully leveled up. So I'm going to show you a Javazon that is not even a Javazon, and she's still going to absolutely wreck. And you guys are going to laugh Wonder if my game is still open. I really doubt it is. No, of course not. Alright, let's go get that leg. So this particular Amazon is not even a Javazon. She is a she has absolutely no points in Javelin. And I guarantee you she's still going to do fairly well in Cows. And that's the funny thing about lightning Javelazons. Where are you, Tristram? There you are.
I can't.
So this is the mechanic I was talking about earlier. So see how we have Griswold here? So I want to deal damage to Griswold. So I'm going to throw this and hit the wall, and you notice how when I hit the wall, a second lightning bolt bounces back from the wall? It's because the wall is helping me deal 2 times the amount of damage to him than I would otherwise deal. And you can use this effect to your advantage in tons of places. If you throw it the other way, you don't get that second lightning bolt that comes back. Of course, I'm not going to kill him. He's immune to like 3 different elements. He's like multi-immune. Multi-pass. Multi-pass. This isn't even a Javazon. So I want to really impress this upon you guys. And this is the reason why I chose this character in the first place. I could have actually built a Javazon for you guys. But the way that I feel about this is I want to show you just how broken Javazon is in terms of her damage. And that's right. She can't make the portal yet. So I gotta go get Captain Turd. Captain Turd Man. I'm kidding. He's not a turd. Patriarch GG Mentor.
Impossible.
Always full of junk. You never did. God, I can't wait for the shared stash. I cannot wait. Bink. 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 Alright, so let's go see how effective my non-Javazon is in cows. Alright, so we're going to have fun with this. So again, let me just really let this sink in. I have no points in any of the Javelin skills. Absolutely nothing. Right now, I am using equipment. So I have a Thunder God's Vigor, which is +3 to Lightning Fury, +3 to Lightning Strike. I'm using a Spirit Monarch Shield, which is ethereal, by the way. I have a +2 Amazon Skills Helmet. I've got a Treachery on, and I'm running +2 Passive and Magic with a Titan Revenge Ethereal Spear. So this is a Javazon setup with actually no Javazon skills. And let's see how I do in cows, shall we? I wonder if she can handle it. Come on, gotta get them lines of sight. Look at all them beautiful lightning bolts. Look at all them beautiful lightning bolts. It's so pretty. That's so pretty. What are you, immune to lightning over here? Oh, you're a boss. I see you. Blade Touch the axe over here. Don't steal my mana. What's up, Blade Touch? So as you can see, your damage diminishes when you have less and less monsters to hit. So you really have to kind of angle your attacks Get as many pierces as you can. The more pierces, the more lightning bolts. The more lightning bolts, the more damage. And as you increase those pierces, you magnify your damage many fold. And even with absolutely no skills in Javazon, no conviction, no negative lightning resistance, no special anything except for equipment, she still does just fine. In this particular build, since she is a Boazon, at any point I could just switch and I could start firing off some multi-shots. I mean, that's kind of how she's built, right? So it actually is possible to build a Javazon / Boazon, and it is something that people do. So, for instance, you could build a Freezing Arrow / Javazon, and they're actually very powerful. Now, of course, my Ethereal Javelins have broken, which means I'm going to have to wait for them to repair now. That is one of the downsides of using Ethereal Javelins. I think I have another set of Javelins in here. No, I don't. Never mind. Probably gave them away to somebody. And so basically you sit in town and let your little Ethereal Javelins repair. As you can see, they slowly tick up. Usually what people do is they have 2 sets of Javelins that are Ethereal. That way they can have one that's repairing while the other one is being used, and then, you know, and then as soon as that one's out, the other one is usually repaired, and then you don't have to worry about it. You can't actually repair these at the vendor. They have to just auto repair. So if you go over here to Mrs. Charcy, she won't actually repair these because they're ethereal, repairs durability.
Not here.
These javelins were given to me. I didn't have them at that time. I would actually up these javelins. That would be a great thing to up. You are absolutely correct, Free Super Monk, in assuming that these are absolutely great to up. What haven't we covered? We haven't covered Poison Javelin, Poison. Apparently I add Lin onto the end of Poison. Poison Javelin and Plague Javelin, so we'll cover those real quick. Upping them is the ability for the items to go up to a higher difficulty setting than what they normally are. So, for instance, Ceremonial Javelins are a Nightmare version Javelin. And Ceremonial Javelins can be upgraded to the Hell version, and I have forgotten what the Hell version actually is. Ceremonial Javelin D2, there we go. So the Hell version of the Ceremonial Javelin is the Matriarchal Javelin. So if you were to upgrade the Javelin to the Hell version, it would upgrade the base damage, it would upgrade the level requirement, the strength requirement, and the dex requirement to equal the Hell version of those. So so one of the easiest ways to get yourself a really nice item in Diablo 2 is if you have the runes, you can upgrade the item to another difficulty setting. I was showing off one earlier on my Paladin, which it was just something I did as a joke. They were talking about it earlier because it's kind of a silly one to use an upgrade on, but I had upgraded the Atlantean to a mythical sword, which is the Hell version. Basically, I found an ethereal version of the sword, and I just kind of got excited because I wanted to see what the damage would be if it were a Hell ethereal version of that sword, and I wasn't really very impressed. So, like, if you look at my Heaven's Light Mighty Scepter, it's 196 on the top end. The top end of this is 245. So it's not really even that much better than the Heaven's Light Mighty Scepter. Only a small percentage. I mean, yes, the top end of the Heaven's Light Mighty Scepter is 196, and the bottom end of the Atlantean Mythical Sword is 196. But still, it's not like the most ridiculous upgrade in the world. Like, if you look here, I go from 4,022... 3,295, so I gained about 800 damage with that sword. It's a little bit of an upgrade. Unfortunately, it only has 25 durability out of 144. It would have to be Zotted for it to even be worth it, and it has no plus to attack rating. I mean, attack speed. It's got none of the other effects on it. I just wanted to play around with it. This is something that I upped as well. So the Hellforge Guardian Angel Plates was upgraded from Nightmare difficulty to Hell difficulty. Since we're talking about Amazons today, let's actually look at an Amazon item that I upped. So this is an Amazon item that I actually upgraded. So this is a Wizened Draw. So I upgraded this from a normal difficulty long battle bow to a Crusader's bow, which is the Hell difficulty. So I actually upgraded it twice. The reason why I upgraded this was because she's an Ice Amazon, and I wanted the negative 32% enemy cold resistance, which has really helped me out a ton on this character. I was playing around with her earlier in cows, showing off her ability to crowd control. Eingrau said do Ubers. I don't have any. I don't have enough keys to do Ubers right this second. I have done Ubers before. If you're interested, though, I've got some of those on my YouTube channel. Today is not Uber Day, though. It's Day of the Amazon. Ow. Owl Hunter, the poop head. Alright, so let's go take a look at the Poison Javelin skills. It's the only thing we haven't taken a look at yet. So here we go. Let's go to Nightmare. And we have two of those skills, and one of them is Poison Javelin, and the other one is Plague Javelin. So it's got about 10,000 damage at max. One of the things I never liked about this skill is that it seems like a very backwards skill. So instead of attacking, it feels like you should be running. And I'll kind of explain that as I go along. So if you attack with it, what happens is it puts this trail on the ground, and it does a pretty nice amount of damage. But if you throw it this way, like away from yourself, will you stop? What are you doing to me? Stop it! These little archers keep locking me in position. That was actually pretty weird. If you throw it away from yourself and you just kind of run away, it tends to work better than if you actually throw it at the targets. You just kind of use it as a kiting mechanic. You just throw and you run. You throw and you run. And believe it or not, it actually works surprisingly well this way. When you throw it at targets, I feel like a lot of it ends up getting wasted, especially since the monster's usually running at you. I don't know, when you're running away from targets, they tend to sort of follow you in a line also. So it makes it a little bit easier just to simply throw it away from you and then run away. And then we also have the other skill in this tree, which is Plague Javelin. And Plague Javelin is kind of hampered by the fact that it has a casting delay. I don't exactly know why it has a casting delay. It doesn't seem like the kind of ability that should have a casting delay. I would say so, yes.
I can't.
But I'm not going to tell anyone not to build anything. If you want to build a Poison Javelin Amazon, you go ahead and build a Poison Javelin Amazon. There are ways you can certainly make it work. There are tons and tons of classes in the game and builds in the game which are not like the best in slot. Like, I can do the maximum amount of damage that I can possibly do builds, and they still work just fine. Plague Javelin can work just fine. It's just, a lot of people tend to choose Lightning Javazon over it, just simply because Lightning Javazon is so very nice.
Yes.
So very nice. Now, granted, if you were a Lightning Javazon, you could always choose Plague Javelin as your backup or something. If you wanted to have like a dual element spec. I mean, the point investment on the two skills is only 40. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Now, as you can see with Plague Javelin has a much larger radius. So instead of being just a straight line, the point at which Plague Javelin ends becomes this big giant cloud. So this one actually makes more sense to throw into the target because you want that spot at which it ends to be the spot where all the monsters are. And as you can see, it's not exactly absolutely god-awful damage. At 6,300 to 6,500 in a huge AoE cone like that over 11 seconds, it's decent. You're going to have to beef that up with a lot of abilities, though, and items. So you're going to need poison facets. You're going to need Trangle's gloves. You're going to need bramble armor to increase your poison damage. You know, you're going to need a bunch of little things here and there to really beef up the amount of damage that the poison javelins are doing. Because you're not going to be able to just, in hell difficulty, I don't believe you're even going to be able to use it. Let's take her into hell difficulty. Why not? Let's go play around with these two abilities, shall we?
Good day.
Come on, Fiona. Do I think they'll ever rework the abilities for meta change? I don't know. The tiniest little changes can have huge effects in this game. A lot of people, I don't even think, realize that. The other really weird thing about Plague Javelin is that it doesn't just prevent you from casting it. So a lot of abilities, when you cast them, like for instance Blizzard, even though they have a casting delay on them, you can usually cast your other skills as well. But for some reason with Plague Javelin, it blacks out your Poison Javelin also. So anytime you use Plague Javelin, you are prevented from using Poison Javelin for the duration of the blackout, which is just really, really stupid. Generally, with long duration or long cast skills, the ones that like for instance Blizzard, usually your goal is you cast your Blizzard and then you swap over to maybe like Glacial Spike or whatever else it is that you're using, and you spam a couple Glacial Spikes in between those skills, so you can really get off your maximum potential. But as you can see here, I can't use any of the other poison abilities while I'm using Plague Javelin. Now I could use Lightning Fury, so if you see here I throw this, and Lightning Fury lights back up. So you can combine Plague Javelin and Lightning Fury together, but you can't combine Plague Javelin and let's see, which one is it? Plague Javelin and Poison Javelin together. You can't combine them together, which I don't really understand why that is. If you're going to be a Poison Javelin Amazon, I don't know why they're restricting you from being able to use multiple poison skills at the same time. Are you using Hero Editor, Onyx? It does get pretty frustrating at times. I've definitely been very frustrated with it a couple times. Well, especially when I was trying to edit in socketed items. Do you have Kingpin's item pack? Kingpin's item pack makes the entire process like painless. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Anthika. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's called King Pints, I believe is the King Pints item pack. Look for that. It has all the items in it. You can load those onto your characters. I mean, it doesn't have all of them, but it has most of them. All right, so we're gonna take a real quick break. I'm gonna go get some water because I'm thirsty, and then we're gonna actually play an Amazon for a little while. The bow Amazon. And I believe they chose multi-shot Amazon, so we're going to build a multi-shot Amazon. And we'll be right back with that. It's a little hot for a hoodie. Just a little hot. I'm waiting for the colder weather to roll in. But might as well show off my beautiful Ginger Gaming Mentor shirt. How about that? Ooh, yes. Excellent. I gotta turn down my green screen filter a little bit, though. It doesn't like white fabric. It doesn't like white fabric. Ooh, no. Ooh, yes. I've got a navy one, too, but this is my white one. It's very, very nice. I like it. I like it a lot. You guys can pick up that shirt, by the way. My a Nightbot, as if on cue, pops my link up there for me. Okay, thank you. So you guys chose a multi-shot Amazon for me. All right, so multi-shot Amazon is a difficult build. And I'm going to preface this by saying some very simple things. So I don't normally build Amazons from scratch. So Amazons are one of those characters that are very gear-based. All right, and so what I normally do is I save up some equipment, and then once I have the equipment that I need, then I go and I actually start to build an Amazon. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give an Amazon some equipment that I would normally give them to start out with. And then we're going to take it from there. So let me go ahead and I'm going to pull up Hero Editor. And we're going to build ourselves an Amazon real quick. And let's go ahead and make our Amazon here. I mean, not cheating. It's called twinking. So how do you pronounce your name, by the way? Eigengrau? So what you do is you save up equipment for your characters, and I would recommend that anyone do this. So as you're leveling up, make sure you're putting aside things like, Iratha's set, Vidala's set, Death's set, things like that. You want to make sure you're putting those things aside so that you have those things for later. So what are we going to name her? We're going to name her Zon. Hold on. Zon. There you go. Zonazon. That's the Zonazon right there. She's the Zonest of Zons. She's a Zonazon. Alright, so we're going to save and exit on her, and then I'm going to open her up in Hero Editor over here. You know what? If you guys have never seen Hero Editor, I can show it to you. It's a pretty simple tool. Nothing really too special about it. And let me pull it up on camera here. Give me just a second. Let me pull it up on camera. If it's compatible with my camera, my program, it might not be. Oh, there you are, Hero Editor. Aha. What would be a nice unique amulet for an Amazon? Are you talking low level? Or are we talking high level? Because there's a lot of good amulets. High Lord's Wrath would be a nice amulet. That would definitely be a nice one because it has attack speed on it, as well as some other nice effects. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give her some equipment. So what I would save up for a low-level Amazon, which is a very, very nice set for low-level Amazons, is Vidala's. Vidala's is not hard to come by. I was actually able to obtain all the pieces of Vidala's during the Diablo 2 Resurrected beta, which was limited to Act 2, mind you, although I did have help from my lovely, lovely fans. So what we're going to do is we're going to give her a Vidala's set, which is a very, very easy to obtain set, very low-level set. If you find these pieces of this set as you're leveling up, hold on to them so that you can give yourself a decent set to use later. So Vidala's set is a 4-piece set. It is the amulet, the armor, the boots, and then finally the weapon, which is the bow. Well, thank you, Swipe Meister. I really appreciate it. My goal is to bring everybody back into the stream, into the meta. I mean, well, not really the meta. I'm not a big meta person, Swipe. I'm a big Swip Meister. I'm not a big meta person. I'm going to show you how to play the game, and I'm going to teach you about the skills, and I'm going to show you about cool things, and then you can make your choices yourself. That's how I like to do things. All right, so we've got her a Vidala's set. And I'm going to show you the reason why I prefer a Vidala set over Kuko, and you will see why. Especially since I'm going with a multi-shot Amazon. which was what was requested. So I'm also going to give her 2 other pieces of equipment, which are very, very good for low-level characters, and that is Death's Gloves and Death's Sash. And you'll see the reason why I'm giving her these as well. These are very, very good for low-level characters. And then for rings, she's going to need 2 nice twinked items. So I'm going to give her a Mantled Heal, which is going to be for Mana Steel. She's definitely going to need Mana Steel. And then she's also going to get a Cathans, which Mantled Heals and Cathans are pretty darn common, and you're going to find them all the time. So you're going to have a Mantled Heal laying around. That's not going to be a big deal. And you're definitely 100% going to have a Cathans laying around. If you don't have a Cathans ring laying around, I don't know what to tell you. They drop all the time from like everything. I think like in my lifetime career, I've probably found in the thousands of Cathans rings. Like literally thousands. And they are the troll of the entire Diablo 2 universe because so many of them drop that literally everybody just assumes any set ring that drops is a Cathans ring because that's how many Cathans drop. And there are other good set rings. There are, but Cathans is like the main one that you get. And then for a helmet, let's see. What am I going to give her for a helmet? I don't even know. She can just, you know what? She can just pick something up as we go. It's not a big deal. All right, so the level requirement on Vidala's is, I think it's like 19. I'm pretty sure it's 19. So we're going to have to go ahead and make her level 19. I don't want to bore you guys forever. I've done this a couple times now, and you guys have complained if I'm leveling through Act 1 as a little noob for too long. So it's 14? 14, okay. 14, there we go. So we're going to give her the exact level that she requires. She also gets, I think it's 1.5, I think it's 1.5 life per level. Let me make sure I get this correct. So this is stuff that you have to do when you are putting in characters via Hero Editor, is you have to actually go in and find out how much life and mana they get when they level up. So when she levels up, she gets 2 hit points per level. All right, 2 hit points per level. So we've got to give her, what is that, 28 hit points on top of her 50. So 50, 60, 78. So she's got to have 78 hit points. She also gets 1.5 mana per level. So 14 times 1.5. Which, I don't even know what 1.5 is. What is that, like? I'm an idiot. 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's like 21 mana. So she's got 21 plus 14, which is 30, like 36 should be fine. 36 mana. And then, of course, she also gets stamina. She gets 1 stamina every level. So 14 plus 84. So she's got 98 mana or stamina. And then, of course, she gets 5 stat points per level. So she's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 70. So 75. And then she's also going to have skill points too. So she's going to have 14 skill points. Plus Den of Evil, which is 15. And she should be in Act 5 by now. Oh, that's the wrong one. 15. She's going to be in Act 5. Save, and then she also needs some for quests, so we have to complete Act 1 for her. So we're going to click on Act 1, we're going to go to Long Finished, and then we're going to batch it. So Act 1 is now long finished, and we are now in Act 2, so we hit save. And that should be enough for her, so let's go ahead and bring her into the game, and let's see if she's finished. Alright, so now we've actually got to put in our points, so we need 50 dexterity and 40 strength. And we need some arrows. We still need 50 strength for Vidal's Fetlock. And there we go. So now we've got all the stats that we need. So now we're going to go ahead and throw the rest in our vitality. We're going to grab some arrows. And I swear her whole butt cheek is still hanging out, despite the fact she's wearing armor. God, I don't got enough money for arrows. No money for arrows. Oh, Lord. How am I going to kill anything? I guess I got to go out and punch something. Probably should have given myself a couple of doll hairs. All right, so we have 15 points to work around with, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put a couple points into critical strike, because it's always nice to have some crit strike. We're going to throw 4 points in there, so we got our 38%. That's pretty good. We're going to grab 1 point in dodge and 1 point in avoid, just so we have those. And then we're also going to grab 1 point in inner sight, because that's going to be our main ability to hit monsters. We need that negative defense. And then we got multi-shot is our main ability. So we're going to go ahead and grab magic arrow. And multi-shot is unfortunately not the greatest ability in the world, but that is what you guys chose, so that's what we're going to use. And we still need to go punch something. Come here, little poop. Oh, I got a dagger and a light healing potion. All right, let's go. Give me some arrows. One of you guys give... No. Okay, that might work. Sir. Okay, I think that's enough. I should have enough gold to buy some arrows now. Perhaps. Ooh, an eagle orb. Low quality javelin. Excellent for selling. Good. Excellent.
Yes.
Only a ginger can call another ginger. Alright, we're gonna need a lot of arrows. Oh, come on. We can only afford 2 stacks. Yeah, mama's a hoe. Alright, so let me go over really quickly why I chose this particular equipment to twink out my character. So Vidala's set offers piercing attack, which is 50% by the way, 75 to attack rating, 10 to 20 cold damage, freezes target, 10 to strength, and 15 to dexterity. So in a level where you cannot get to piercing, do you remember earlier when I was talking about how piercing is like the most OP ability that Amazon has, and literally having access to pierce makes this huge difference on the way that the Amazon plays, and Lightning Fury would be absolute garbage without pierce effect? Well, this set gives you pierce below level 30, so you don't have to be level 30 to get pierce. You get 50% pierce without being level 30, so it's absolutely amazing for a low level Amazon. And not only does it give you pierce, it also gives you freezes target, which again is amazing for a low level Amazon. So those 2 effects alone, the freezes target and the pierce, are the main reasons why you would choose this. Yes, weapons pierce does in fact stack with skill pierce. So very, very nice set for a low level Amazon. Absolutely beautiful. Now, it also gives you magic find from the amulet. You got 50% magic find there, which is kind of nice. And the resistances aren't half bad either. 47, 43, 23, 73. And the other item that I chose was Death's Hand and Death's Sash. And the reason why I chose those 2 is because Death's Guard Sash gives you cannot be frozen, 8% lifesteal, all resistances 15, and 30% increased attack speed. So I'm getting 30% IAS, 8% lifesteal, cannot be frozen, and all resistance 15 from 2 pieces of equipment. 2 pieces of equipment that are very easy to find, mind you, and are level 6 requirement. Something that you can throw on just about any character that needs them. And I forgot to give this character waypoints. 1 second a place. Hero editor can be very interesting sometimes, especially if you forget to do things. Actually, it's Mantled Heal that needs level 15, but that's okay. I'm almost there. I'll be fine. Let me pull her back up just a second. Come here, Zanazan. Waypoints. Normal. Act 1, Act 2, save. So if you load an item in Hero Editor, you can put it in an equipment slot, but it doesn't actually work. Like, it just sits there and it doesn't actually work until you hit the right level. And that's pretty much all there is to that. Alright, so let's take Mr. Wariv to the east.
Greetings,
And let's go play around with our little multi-shot Amazon. So you notice we have nothing on our other click here. I wouldn't use Magic Arrow because it costs mana. And we're going to have enough trouble with, unfortunately, with multi-shot costing 10 mana a shot. We only have 36 mana, which means we're going to have a lot of issues with mana. So honestly, we don't even need health potions. We need mana potions. And unfortunately, I can't afford any mana potions right now because we're broke. So we're going to have to just wing it. We're just going to wing it. Let's go. And I'm already out of mana. And that is the fun of multi-shot. Oh, Lord. But thankfully, with Vidala's on, we can do pretty considerable amounts of damage even without multi-shot. And what we do is when we have mana, we spam multi-shot. And we need to get as much gold as we can, unfortunately, to afford some mana potions, but we'll get there. Thankfully, this is normal difficulty, and it's not too difficult. Especially if you've tweaked your character out, so you're going to have an easy time up until you get to a certain act. It's not really that big of a deal. Multi-shot is going to be nice, though, because when you hit those big groups of monsters, you're going to fire a couple multi-shots into them, and it's really going to take them out. You don't want to specifically force those confrontations, though, because you don't have the mana to sustain it. But, like, for instance, if I were to group these monsters up real quick, I could shoot off a multi-shot, hit multiple of them. But multi-shot really doesn't come into its own until you get a couple more points into it. So we need to get a couple more points. That's why we're going after Radamant. We're going to get our level 15 here, and we will also get our +1 to skill point here. So we'll get 2 points we can throw into multi-shot. Now do keep in mind, though, the more points you put into multi-shot, the higher the mana costs. So it's a little bit of a to and fro there. You get more arrows, but it costs more mana. You get more arrows, but it costs more mana, and it just keeps on like this the entire time. Every time you put more points into it, you end up with a higher mana cost. Eventually, to the point where it costs like almost like 30 mana a shot, which is not nice. It is not nice at all.
I need mana.
Now, if you do happen to find any equipment that has plus to mana on it, I'd recommend at least a little bit, like maybe even throw in 2 sapphires and a helmet, just simply so your mana pool isn't so ridiculously small. Later on in the game, it's not such a big deal because as you level up, you gain more and more mana, as we were talking about earlier. So you keep getting a larger and larger mana pool every single time you level up. But the problem is in the very beginning, your mana pool is just it's really quite small. And when you have a skill like multi-shot that takes 10 mana per shot, it's not very good. It's not very good. It's really not.
Greetings.
The other downside to multi-shot is that it costs so much mana and it doesn't deal out enough damage to make it worth the mana that it's pumping out. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense here. But think about the fact that you have an ability. Like if the ability does lots of damage and you only have to fire it once, you know, it's not that big of a deal that it costs tons of mana, right? But because multi-shot has 3/4 damage added to its ability, so it does far less than your regular attack, it's not killing things faster. In fact, it's killing things slower, and it still costs more mana. So it comes to a weird point where you're like, why am I spending this much mana for an ability that is not the greatest? All for the LOL. What's up, man? Oh, what's up, Cat Kitty 142? Hello, hello. How goes it? I raided Cat Kitty last night after my stream was over. We got her good too. We got her good. She did not expect it at all. She did not see it coming. Yeah, I was gonna tell you yesterday, Cat Kitty, that I had done Day of the Sorceress recently, and I didn't know if you wanted to watch it. I went over basically everything about the Sorceress that you could possibly go over in one video, and it might help you out. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Today is Day of the Amazon, though, not Day of the Sorceress, which is unfortunate because you're playing a sorceress.
I need mana.
Day of the Sorceress. Oh, wait, what am I doing running boss stuff? I'm broke. Give me them janks. I want this, I want this. I don't need that or that. That's poopies. D2 Resurrected is tempting, she says. Tempting, yes. You know what one does with temptations? One usually gives in. Ah, that donut looks quite delicious and is quite tempting, and I'm gonna eat it. What donut? What are you talking about? There's no donut here. Just shove the entire thing in your gob in one bite. It's gone. I just eat it like Homer Simpson. Just shove it down like a duck. He doesn't chew. He's just like. I used to love watching The Simpsons when I was a kid. You know, it's funny. My girl's daughter, she's watching The Simpsons, and she must have watched like every episode so far. And the freaking thing has like 30 seasons. And it's funny, like, looking at the difference between the quality and, like, say, like, the first season and, like, the newest season. Like, the newest season looks so crisp and clean, and the original seasons look like absolute dirt. They just, like, the worst things that I've ever seen in my life, like, by comparison. But when I was a kid, I didn't care. I'm sitting here watching Bart Simpson say, "Eat my shorts." I remember I used to rush home on Saturdays just to get home in time just to see the Simpsons episode. Because, you know, back in the day, you couldn't just watch it at your leisure. You had to be there on time. Alright? You had to be there at the moment that it happens. Otherwise, you ain't getting nothing. Well, not only that, but they were formatting it for like old television too, which was a whole thing. Yeah, voice quality is worse as well. So what level did you end up getting your sorceress to, Cat Kitty? What level? Did you have anybody come in and actually play with you? Sorry, when I went to go eat my food after I let the dogs out, I was starving, so I sat there and I stuffed my face and I watched some Star Trek. I stuffed my face. I mean, you're still in Act 2. I wouldn't really call that a speed run. People will get their characters to Act 5 hell in like one day, so I mean that's still relatively slow. Nothing a good group can't do. All for the LOL said, I honestly still don't know how I'm going to start Diablo 2 Resurrected. I might just zeal it up and swap to Hammerden, since Hammerden is relatively easy to get going. Double Spirit Smoke lore doesn't take much at all. I mean, zeal to Hammerden could work. Do maybe like a Holy Fire Zealer at first, and then swap to a Hammerden later. Yeah, I could see that. Ooh, a Volge. A Volge. Look here, sirs. Back off.
Blessings to you.
Blessings to you. Drognan, I need some of them scrolls. You got some of them scrolls? I need some of them scrolls. Here, take that. And take that. Well, I'm gonna keep that actually. And give me that. I need some of these. And I need some of those. can have that. Can have that. Oh, you could definitely have that. Stacking up the monies is what we do. Stacking up the monies just for you. Gonna stack it up. Gonna stack it up.
I bet you won. Yes,
What's up, Grease? I need, Oh, that's right. He's only gonna offer me low-level mercs because I'm only low-level. I think I might have to hold on to that Volge for a little bit until I get a little bit higher. They need to be at least level 14 or they're not going to be able to level up. Alright, so next point. Where's my next point going? Next point is going into multi-shot. What do you know? Who'da thunk it since I'm a multi-shot Amazon? Who'da thunk? Alright. So our attack rating is fine for right now, but as a multi-shot Amazon, I'm going to put a little bit more points into my dexterity. I want that ability to use higher level bows later on. And I got some more water lie that you adore. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. So Cat Kitty actually had a very interesting idea. She was trying to see how far she could get on her sorceress without a mercenary, and I thought that was very interesting. Mercenaries are actually very, very useful to sorceresses, and without a sorceress, without a mercenary, you're definitely going to have a little bit of a harder time. Especially considering sorceresses have no, meat shield, no tank. The Amazon has a Valkyrie, the Druid has a bear, the Paladin is a tank. Everybody's got something, some way to mitigate damage, but the Sorceress really doesn't have any way to mitigate that damage away from herself, like a Valkyrie or something like that, and that's where the Mercenary usually comes in. So building your Sorceress without a Mercenary sounded kind of interesting. It definitely would have to be a little bit more kitey and a little bit more defensive. Couldn't just stand there like a lot of sorceresses tend to do. Just slows and teleports. I think they designed her to kite with tele and slows, yeah. Never boring because you got aim dem hammers. It's a hammer aiming mini game. Aim them hammers at your targets, do-si-do, do-si-do. Aim them hammers at your targets, go. One Saturday morning. I bet you didn't expect that.
Not enough mana.
A skull cap! Something for my head! God, that fart was noxious. Freaking dead bodies always farting all over the place. I remember watching this movie one time, and it was about like a serial killer, and he was killing people and then like dumping their bodies in the lake. And you know how like normally on serial killer movies or movies where killers drop bodies in lakes, the bodies float? It's because the bodies fill up with gases eventually, and the gases cause them to be buoyant, and eventually they rise to the surface, right? So it's like a whole thing. So you can't just like throw a body in the river, despite the fact that it sinks. Eventually, it will rise to the surface, right? So this guy came up with this genius idea to keep the body at the bottom of the lake, and I was actually really impressed with this ingenuity here. I know I shouldn't be impressed with serial killers, but whatever. So what he did was he wrapped the body in barbed wire, so that as it expanded, the barbed wire would pierce holes in the body and cause the gases to escape, and then therefore the body would never rise to the surface. And I always thought that was really cool. Just kind of a genius idea, I suppose. I need like a socketed helmet I can throw these little gems in. Just something I could use up these gems with. You know, a little 2-socket Jimmy Jank? Good. Give me that little 2-socket Jimmy Jank. A little chippy in there. Look, I got 47 mana now. I know y'all's jealous. Hey, Radamant. Hey, what's up, Radamant? I'm gonna shoot you with my multi-shot. Oh, yeah. Doom, ba-doom. You know what? Let's get behind you.
Not enough mana.
I've got Mana Steel now, too, by the way. I mean, all this gold, I'm broke.
I am overburdened. Atma has been avenged.
Atma. Oh no, Atma. Yep, absolutely right. Free monk. I probably should have given her 2 mana mantled heals though, just cause. I mean, if I was gonna build a twinked out Amazon, I probably would have thought about that. But I didn't, because I'm an idiot. Really got nice armor. I give that to my Merc. Yes. Excellent. Yes, Merc armor for you.
Good evening.
Merc alert. I'm gonna get a Merc alert. He's gonna be really good. You guys will see.
Good evening.
And don't make fun. So I got... I'm trying to think if I could, like... Nah, I mean, if I find a tier rune, I'll put the tier rune in here. That'll help out a lot, but I haven't found a tier rune yet, so I guess we'll just see as we go. More multi-shot, because why not? More multi-shot. How much more multi-shot? All the multi-shot. Might as well just buy as many of these as we can get. Let's get as many potions. All of the... Y'all think this is a lot? It's not even a lot. Alright? We keeping the potion Drognan potion man in business. Alright? We keeping this man in business.
I need mana.
So one of the beautiful things about multi-shot is you don't necessarily have to see what you're shooting at. And this is important. So you just kind of fire your arrows off into the distance and you look for the little life and mana steel indicators to know whether you're connecting your shots or not. And then you just keep firing in that direction until everything is dead over there. And then you move on to the next little area. You can just continually do this all over the place. So like as soon as you enter an area, you can just fire a couple multi-shots off into the distance and hope you connect. And it's actually pretty sweet, to be honest. Once you get your multi-shot high enough, like you literally will have so many arrows that you'll hit just about everything in the world that's even nearby, and it's extremely effective. And we saw no life and mana steel indicators, so we know it's empty up there.
I need mana.
So no reason to keep firing. Don't just keep firing and wasting all your mana and arrows. You know, just fire one shot. See if you got anything. Fire another shot. See if you got anything. And just continue like that.
Not enough mana.
Back off, suckers.
I need mana.
I need my Haradra cube. Now, another thing you can do as a multi-shot Amazon, which would also be good, is if you have 3 Tal runes, You can just load up a bow with 3 Tal runes early on. You're not going to find a 4-socket bow early on. Just put 3 Tal runes in a bow, 75 poison damage apiece, 75 times 3. So, you know, you're looking at like, what is it, 150 plus 75, so another 200, and so it's 225 poison damage on a nice multi-shot. So you fire your little multi-shot out, and everything it hits gets tagged for 225 poison damage, which is pretty nice early game. It's not going to be good late game, but it'll get you through like Act 1, 2, and maybe 3. Pretty much just fine. As you can see, though, I'm not having much trouble either, so not worried about it. If I do find a Tal rune, it might be something that I would want to put in my bow. I did actually socket this bow before I gave it to my girl. So if you have like low-level equipment that you're going to pass between characters like a lot, it's actually worth putting a socket in them. Especially since you can get free socket quests from every single character. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll rush up characters to Act 5 normal, which is fairly easy to do. And you just socket items and then delete the character and then restart. And getting a character to Act 5 normal for that one socket quest is actually surprisingly easy. So you can pretty much socket whatever you want. Like for instance, if I had a Twitch Throw is a very nice low-level armor with increased attack speed, faster hit recovery, and faster blocking. And it goes very well on a myriad of characters. And so usually what I'll do is I'll take a Twitch Throw and I will socket it and I'll throw like a level appropriate gem in it. Usually something like a Flawless Ruby, because it's the same level as the Twitch. I don't want to actually make the Twitch higher level to use, because I want to be able to use it on level 15 characters. That's the whole point. So a Flawless Ruby is like the perfect gem to put in there. It gives me a nice little bonus to my hit points. Or and you can choose some other gems too, you know, whatever it is that you think would be better. But I always kind of figured, you know, health was pretty universal. No matter what character you're on, health is a good thing. And a Flawless Ruby, I think, gives you like 40 health or something like that. It's not bad. I think it's 40. I could be misremembering. You could also do a Tier Rune, a good choice, Free Monk. That would also be a good choice for a gem inside of a Twitch Throw. So a nice +2 to mana on top of your increased attack speed and all the other nice buffs that Twitch gives. Twitch also gives plus strength and plus dexterity too, which makes it a sweet armor for you know, for gearing up characters, because it gives you that plus to strength and dex, and then you don't have to put those points into plus and strength to dex for a while, and instead you can, you know, put them into vitality. And since most people respec once they get to like nightmare difficulty or a little bit later, you know, you could probably even throw a couple points into energy for the time being, just so you don't have so many mana problems. And then once you respec, of course, don't put any points into energy. I might actually put a couple points into energy to solve my mana problems right now. Just simply because I'm going to respec this character later at Hell anyway. And I can take those energy points out at that point when I no longer need them. Back in the day, though, when you couldn't respec,
Not enough mana.
hell no. I'd suffer. Suffer. I'm already burning through most of these mana potions, too.
I need mana.
You couldn't buy mana potions at the vendor? I don't remember that. I mean, back when I first started, I was a kid. I was like 14 years old, so maybe I just never knew that. It's very interesting, though.
Not enough mana.
Pretty sure I started in the beginning for a Super Monk. Because I played Diablo 1 before I played Diablo 2, and I remember Hellfire expansion coming out. I remember most people not wanting to play it because it wasn't online, because I played a lot of online. And then I remember Diablo 2 coming out, and I remember playing that. I remember I played before Little Order Destruction came out, So this was way before LOD, and I remember pre-synergies and pre-set bonus, bonuses, like before the sets actually gave any bonus. Cat Kitty said, when I first started playing D2 years ago, I was rushing through and not taking the time to kill enemies and grind a little, so I would die a little more than not. I mean, yeah, if you rush too fast, you definitely will perish. Perish. Silence the Discord.
Not as
That's one of my favorite lines from System Shock, by the way. A great game from the same time period as Diablo, by the way. There were a lot of really awesome games back then. I actually did a full playthrough of System Shock on my YouTube channel.
I need
Pretty fun game. Nice horror RPG genre. I'm gonna take this flawed sapphire. I'm gonna throw this in here too. Plus 27 mana, suckers. Plus 27 mana. Oh, I see you over there, doorway. On the mini map. I see you over there. The plus 27 mana is definitely helping. I can fire off more multi-shots before I run out. The potions are more effective because of it. It's working out nicely. I need one more level before I can get a good Merc. I mean, it was fun. I wasn't saying it wasn't fun. I was just saying a lot of people didn't play it because it wasn't online. The online aspect of Diablo 1 was some of the most fun gameplay. I mean, they cheated the crap out of that game, but it was so fun to play online with other people. And I think as a kid, I really enjoyed it because it was something brand new. Like online play was something that was unheard of back then. You couldn't play online on consoles. You couldn't play online on computers, not unless you had the right game. And like that was the first game that I really went online and played with other people on. And man, I freaking loved it. I mean, up till then, I was playing like offline games like Hexen and what's that other game? Came out around the same time. Half-Life, was it Half-Life 1? Half-Life 1 was 1996, wasn't it? A bunch of really good games. I remember downloading the demo for Half-Life 1 because I didn't have the money. The demo. Alright, so we leveled up. Let's go grab our Merc. We should have enough level now to get him to level 15, which is what we need him to be, so that he will actually not just languish in EXP prison. Level 14 could also work. It's right on the border. What's up, Wahid? I think Wahid is what we're getting. Let's go, Wahid. I got you a skull cap with 10% faster hit recovery, sir. And I also got you this chainmail. I don't care if it fits. You're going to wear it anyway. Don't complain. And then we've also got this Eagle Nails Volge. It is probably the crappiest Volge I've ever seen, but it's yours. Congratulations.
Good day.
Congratulations. Diablo was one of the first games I got to play. I grew up with the parents, and they hated games. The grandparents. So dry, my throat's so dry. The driest of throats. Welcome to the driest of throats. Alright, so we got 11 arrows now on our multi-shot. We're closing in, and I actually am going to throw 5 points into energy. Why not? It's going to help me out a ton. Multi-shot is just absolutely awful. And I'll take those out when I respec. So we still haven't gotten our cube. Let's go grab our cube. Do we have enough arrows? We got plenty of arrows. Oh, cubey boob. I gotta kick all the urns. Kicking urns is important, y'all guys don't know. Ah, yes. The Horodric Cube. The most powerful invention of the whatever century we're in. The whatever century. I just told my parents I was killing demons and they didn't care. They're like, yeah, Mom, I'm killing Diablo, the Lord of Destruction, the devil himself, and I am putting him to death, and I am making sure that he can no longer steal people's souls. And my mom's like, oh, that's good, honey. Go ahead and kill Diablo. Yay!
Hello.
It's funny, when I was a kid, she bought me this game. It was a Noah's Ark game.
Greetings.
And you literally ran around collecting the animals and bringing them into the Ark. And it was actually really fun. And it was a bootleg game too. It was on a black cartridge. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you had a Nintendo game back in the day and it was on like a solid black cartridge, it was bootleg. It was like made by some company that didn't have rights. And I always thought there was some sort of extreme irony there that the Noah's Ark video game, which was a Christian video game, was on a black bootleg cartridge. Well, that's a whole thing, Cobra Bubbles. Like, apparently when it comes to parents, they usually mess up on their first kid. So if you're a first kid, I'm sorry. They usually mess up on their first kid, and then what happens is they get stricter as each kid goes by, and by the time they reach their like fourth or fifth kid, they're like super duper strict. So if you're living with your grandparents have already had several kids. They've already seen everything go wrong. They've already decided in their minds that they weren't strict enough in the past, and so they are more strict with you than they ever were with their children, and that's just kind of how it is. That's if they're actually your parents. Most of the time, your grandparents are not your parents, and they'll usually spoil you rotten because they know they don't have to actually deal with the consequences of spoiling you. They're like, "Oh, you want some more candy?" And then they send you home to your parents, and then you bounce off the walls for the next 8 hours. And this is where my Pierce on Vidalis is really going to shine. Like, you guys don't even know. Like, having 50% Pierce here is like just the bee's knees. The whole bee's knees. You always wondering where the bee's knees were? This is where the bee's knees are, right here. 50% Pierce in Act 1 normal maggot layer. Which makes sense, because the maggots stole the bee's knees, obviously. Because they were jealous. They were the whole time, they were jealous.
I need mana.
Sweet. Hey, those are a lot of good life skills.
Not at all.
It's never a bad thing to learn life skills. I spent a couple. I spent a couple years, 3 years working in construction, and a lot of those skills that I learned in construction, I'm very glad that I learned. You know, the ability to patch a hole in drywall, the ability to fix a toilet, you know, to reseat a toilet, lay down tile, all sorts of cool stuff that I learned, framing. You know, that kind of stuff is very useful, and it'll follow you the rest of your life. And teaching your kid that kind of stuff, like survival techniques, will follow you as well. One day you might be in a situation where you're going to need those techniques, and you're going to thank your grandpa for showing them to you. And the people around you who are with you in that survival situation are going to be like, holy crap, we got frickin' Rambo with us. I think we're going to be just fine. My girlfriend's mad. She so last year for Halloween she works at Kroger. Okay, so I'm gonna preface this. We both work at Kroger. She's a lead and I'm a lead, and we got pretty good jobs. But she wanted to go to work, and she wanted to dress up as somebody, and she decided to dress up as Freddy Krueger, and she made a name badge for herself that said Freddy Krueger. And she just showed me a picture of somebody else on the internet who dressed up as Freddy Krueger, and she said she's mad about it because they stole her idea.
I can't carry anymore.
Three-socketed axe. A crappy head. So what kind of cool stuff did he teach you, Cobra Bubbles? I'm always interested. Teach you how to like make little snare traps and stuff, or he teach you how to like make fire out of two twigs, and I don't even know. Like, it could have been lots of cool things. I always wanted, you know what I always wanted to learn? I always wanted to learn how to make like an instant survival shelter. Like anywhere I am, just like give me the knowledge to just be able to make like a really cool little survival shelter. That'd be neat. Black, and here's a log, and I'm gonna show you how to make a survival shelter out of this log. I'd be like, hey, you just made like a whole house in there. Does it look like a little couch and a little TV and shit? How do you do that? How do you do that? Alright, let's get back to town before Wahid dies from poison.
I am overburdened.
It's a natural result, usually, of this particular boss. Although he seems okay this time for some reason.
Good day.
Thus, great
Marines. Got a Hasuras Iron Stay. That's a nice one to hold on to. This helmet is not better than mine. Nope. And it is not better than his because it doesn't have faster hit recovery on it. Faster hit recovery is very important for Mercs early on. And despite the fact that it has more defense and some resistances, I'm going to stick with the faster hit recovery because it's really going to help out the Merc. Mercs have like absolutely god-awful faster hit recovery, by the way. And a little bit of faster hit recovery goes a long way with them. So definitely hold on to the faster hit recovery gear. Give it to them. It's useful. All right, Cat Kitty, have fun. I hope you have a good stream. I hope you have a good stream. We might have to go bomb her stream. Is she already gone? I mean, we're not going to bomb your stream. No, no, no. We're not going to do that. No bombing streams. Nope, nope, nope. Well, here we go. Onyx is testing out boazons. Got to test out them boazons. Gonna test out them son bows. Sucker. Sucker, 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 sucker. Cold enchanted sucker. Give me that. Do it. What's up, Fire Tower? God, there's like 4 of them. Alright, we're gonna throw a couple more points into energy because I don't want issues with mana. And that should be more than enough. Now we have a mana pool of 80 and a mana cost of 14, so that works out pretty nicely. 82 divided by 14, that's not bad. That's like a good 4 or 5 multi-shots before we run out. Is maxing multi-shot or even higher than 7 skills beneficial? I mean, you get more arrows, you hit more targets. More targets means more damage. More damage means more damage. It's spread out damage though, and spread out damage is always the same. It doesn't help you kill one target faster, but it helps you kill multiple targets faster. So it's a whole like catch-22. So like if I'm in the cow level, multi-shot with more arrows, it's going to be way more useful than multi-shot with only 7 arrows. But if I am in, for instance, Duriel's Tomb, and I'm fighting Duriel, who is only 1 target, then no, 7-shot multi-arrow isn't going to be much better than 22-shot multi-arrow. And vice versa.
Not enough mana.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can hit them multiple times, Super Monk. Isn't that the whole point? If you could only hit them 1 time, then why would they reduce the damage by 3/4? So they're nerfing your damage because you're hitting things multiple times, and you're hitting multiple things multiple times. So the whole idea there is that you're being nerfed by the amount of damage that you're dealing because you're dishing out that damage to multiple targets.
It's locked.
And I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Bring down my damage though sucks. I'd rather it bring my damage up. The other important thing to note with multi-shot is it does not give you attack rating. You know, I forgot to mention this about Strafe and multi-shot. I talked about all the abilities and I talked about everything that they did, but I forgot to talk about the fact that Strafe and multi-shot do not give you attack rating. And that's really actually very important. Because at later levels and higher levels, that attack rating becomes a big issue. And you'll notice that when you fire off your multi-shots in Hell, for instance, and you don't have enough attack rating, most of them will just miss. Well, there's also the fact that you don't always pierce. So having multiple arrows that will go through and hit multiple targets can also dish out more damage. So for instance, if you have 8 shots and 4 of your 8 shots don't pierce, then you're only going to deal 4 shots of damage to more than 1 target. Whereas if you have 22 shots and all of them pierce, there's a very good chance you're going to hit everything along that path line. And that's also a good bonus of having that multi-shot. Not to mention, you can pretty much hit everything on the screen when you get to a certain point. And we're not just talking about packs. Like, if you're out in the middle of a field and you fire your multi-shot, when you have max multi-shot, you can literally tap your arrow close to yourself, spread the arrows out, and you'll hit pretty much everything in front of you in a 180-degree cone. It's actually extremely useful for things like stealing mana or stealing health points. So like you just, like say you're having trouble with a particular monster and it's only one and maybe he's physical immune, you can literally just fire off a volley of multi-shots behind you and hit anything that might be around there, and you'll start stealing some life and mana back, which is actually particularly useful. A lot of people use multi-shot for that purpose, for life and Mana Steel. I wish I had enough Mana Steel to make this worth it, but I do not. Yeah, no stealing from undead, unfortunately. Correct. Which is why this is so painful in here. So very painful. I'm already out of mana potions. What's up, ancient tunnels? I don't even know why I'm in here. I don't need to be in here. I guess I was just coming in here for EXP. Ancient tunnels is decent for EXP. But then again, no life of Mana Steel on the frickin' skeletons, so... You do get life of Mana Steel on the zombies, at least. On the zombos. Oh yeah, I haven't found a tier rune yet, Superpunk. I mean, I could have given myself one, I suppose. Since I was twinking myself, but... What's up, Kashaha? Good to see ya, man. Ha ha ha, you're so funny. We didn't even start with Act 1, so ha. Ha 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 ha. Well, I know you guys were tired of seeing me run through Act 1, so I did Act 2 instead. I knew you guys was sick and tired. Get them sick and tired, sick and tired. Boop, 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 boop. Give me that smoke. No, give me all that. I don't even care. Give me, get that. Get all. Get all. What we got here? Nothing good. Give me that gold, though. Give me that battle staff. No, no, you better pick it up. Don't tell me you can't pick it up. Better pick it up. Better pick up them mana potions, too. I need error 1. Error 1. And them keys. I need them keys, too. Bink. Oh, that's terrible. Kara, take this piece of junk. Take that piece of junk from me. I don't want it anyway. Now there we go. That's more like it. I don't need that. I don't need that.
Good morning.
Can't believe not one tier rune has dropped. Not one single tier rune has dropped this entire time. We could have been lucky. We might have had a tier rune like drop. We could have put that in one of our pieces of equipment. What's up, that new guy? And thanks you for the follow, Boston Angst and Swanil Box and Cat Kitty. Thank you for the follow, Cat Kitty. Well, I don't know what to tell you, sir. Oh yeah, I was gonna sell that too. Far, take this piece of junk too. I don't need that. Don't need it, don't need it, don't need it. What's up, COG No Mercy? As soon as I said your name, I immediately thought of that song. No diggity. I'm going to round it up. I'm making up words now. Be like, no mercy. I'm going to punch you in the face. Oh. No mercy. I'm playing Diablo 2 live. Yes, right now. We're doing training for Diablo 2 Resurrected, Boston Angst. Training for Diablo 2 Resurrected. We're excited. I really don't, I'm going to be honest, I really don't like streaming in the Diablo 2 category, because the Diablo 2 category is, like, never filled with streamers who are playing Diablo 2. They're playing Median XL, they're playing PD2, they're playing like massively modded Diablo 2, but they're never actually playing Diablo 2, and so I kind of feel like it's not the right category. Diablo 2 Resurrected, at least, is actually Diablo 2, so at the very least, I feel like I'm in the right category for that reason, if not any other. Because Diablo 2 Resurrected and Diablo 2 have more in common than Diablo 2 and PD2. By miles. You ever seen somebody play Median XL? It doesn't even look like the same game. It doesn't even look like the same game at all. I was watching somebody stream it one day. It's a little odd. It's a little odd. I'm not down in the game or anything. I'm just saying that it's kind of like not Diablo 2. I'm super excited for Diablo 2 Resurrected. Very super duper excited. I mean, one look at my YouTube channel and you can see I've been streaming some Diablo 2 pretty hardcore, and every single time Diablo 2 Resurrected pops up, I mean every single time I'm streaming Diablo 2 Resurrected. So during the alpha I was streaming it, during the beta I was streaming it, every single day during the beta, by the way. Ooh, Tear Rune. Yes! The power! Unlimited power! Now I have a plus to mana helmet, plus energy, mana steel, and a Tear Rune. I am the champion. Look at Lie That You Adore, the official recruiter. Kicking urns for my money. Doom 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 doom. Kicking urns for my money. Doom 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 doom. Kicking urns for my money, and you better kick it right. Yes, it is in fact my clan. I'm gonna be forming a clan. I mean, I honestly was trying to come up with a better name, but you know how like in the old days we used to use clan tags, like you know you'd be like bracket TKO bracket, or like bracket XF9 bracket or something like that. Whatever it is you were, it was always like you put little clan tags on your character, and I just thought it was really cool that my the initials for my channel, you know, Ginger Gaming Mentor, GGM, just look so nicely in a little clan tag. And I was like, you know what? We'll just do that. That sounds pretty good. You know, you'd be like something like if you named your character, you'd be like GGM, and then you do like maybe like a little dash or something, or you do, or like an underscore if you wanted, and then you do like ka sahaha, and that would be like your clan tags. And I remember we used to do clan tags back in the day. I always thought that was cool. I'm not even sure if that's going to be a thing, but if they don't actually have any kind of clan system built into Diablo 2, which I'm really hoping they do, clan tags might be the way we'll go. Just simply because I think that's pretty much the only way you can do a clan in Diablo 2 is clan tags. Of course, there'll be like an official list of members and stuff, and you know, if we find somebody with clan tags that doesn't belong on the list, there may be hell to pay. You can't just throw the tags on. And there's going to be a code. I'm pretty sure we're going to do like the Mandalorian code. So, you know, honor is life, for without honor, one may as well be dead. So you better be honorable. I suggest you watch some Star Trek and listen to Worf, because he knows all about honor. That is dishonorable! People already assuming positions. Got like little name placards on their door and everything. Clan's not even formed yet. They're already putting up a building. They're like, let's go! Like, where the hell did you get a clan flag from? Like, I don't even know where you got that from. I was like, oh, well, I went to your merch shop, and I got one of your shirts, and then I cut it up and sewed it back into a flag, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? It's a bit much. Alright, so we're going to put 1 point into penetrate now. We've got some attack rating. We're definitely going to need that. And I got 282 life. I should be alright. I'm going to put a couple more points into dexterity because I want that attack rating bonus. I'm at 89% chance to hit, 95% chance to hit the claw vipers. That's not bad. That's not bad. Matching Chinchilla jackets. Chinchillas. Got them Chinchillas. Earlier, my clan made stubby holders. What the hell is a stubby holder? Thanks, Ken. Just die. Just lay down.
I am overburdened.
I mean, I just don't know what the word means, that's all. Oh, okay, yeah. I think in America we call them beer cozies. They're called cozies because they keep your beer nice and cozy. They're also used for non-alcoholic drinks too, but you know. They're cozy. Gotta keep your beers nice and cozy.
Let there be light.
Let there be potions, for I have all the potions. You do not doubt my potion abilities, for I have every potion that did exist. All the potions. Who has all the potions? Me. That's who. Potions. What you got? Potions. What we need? Potions. Yes, they do actually work on non-alcoholic drinks. Oh, multi-shot works great here. There's no walls. There's nothing to stop my arrows from flying as far as they need to fly. Just yeah, well, except for a couple pillars here and there, like in the little like zones, but for the most part, there's nothing. Diablo related question: who here is knowledgeable on summon necromancers? Me, very knowledgeable. In fact, if you go watch my Day of the Necromancer video, I cover summoning necromancers very extensively. In fact, that was the character that was picked to play on the Day of the Necromancer. So we always pick one particular build to play on Day of the Necromancer, and Summon Necromancer is the one we picked. Do Summon Necromancers need FHR? Yes. Yeah. Until you get well, yeah. I mean, generally you have to lead your army. Your army revolves around you. And until you get teleport, you really have to get in there and force your army to go where you need them to go, which usually involves you running through the monsters and getting beat up. So you kind of have to like run past the monsters and force them to spawn on the other side. It's a whole thing. And so faster hit recovery is definitely going to help you a little bit for that, because if you get stuck in a faster hit recovery loop while you're trying to make a traverse, that's definitely not going to be a good thing. If you rely on your summons specifically, all for the LOL, you are going to wind up in a situation where you're relying on the AI of the actual summons to do the job, and the AI on the summons is awful. So in general, if you want to force your army to march, I guess that would be the best way to put it, force your army to march, you have to actually push through and force your army to spawn around you. So what you do is you physically take your necromancer and put him outside of the radius of your army, and your entire army will disappear from where they were and then reappear around you in a circle. And you can marshal your army in this way. Once you get an Enigma, you can marshal your army using the teleport feature. But if you don't have teleport, you have to marshal your army by actually moving your necromancer to where you want your army to go. And so it becomes a thing where you actually kind of have to run through the monsters, get on the other side, force your army to spawn with you, and like especially with doorways and stuff, because I noticed that if you languish on the other side of the doorway, you create situations where your army is bottlenecked. And I won't go through it all right now because this isn't Day of the Necromancer. If you really want to watch that, let me pull that video up for you, and I go over all of that for 6 hours, mind you. For 6 whole hours, we play the Necromancer, and we talk about the Necromancer. We talk about all the skills. We talk about the summons. We talk about everything. So take a look at that. I have Day of the Necromancer is already up. Day of the Paladin is already up. Day of the Assassin is already up. Day of the Sorceress, Day of the Barbarian, and Day of the Druid are already up. This is actually the last Day of video. So we are on the last character, which is Day of the Amazon. So we're specifically doing Amazon today. And those videos are very deep dive videos. So we talk about everything. Lots of people ask questions. I go over every single skill. You know, I talk about the pros and the cons of skills. You know, like talk about teleport and all those different various things in there. Talk about the usefulness of golems and whatnot, which is a whole thing. You get a day of, and you get a day of. Everybody get a day off. See, there's a big difference between 1F and 2. Day of the Ginger and the Chinchilla. You know, I actually had a idea, and I considered just simply making a stream, and it was literally just be my chinchilla. It'd be like the camera pointed at the chinchilla cage. I'll just go to work, and I'll just leave the chinchilla stream up all day long. You guys can just stare at chinchilla floof. Stare at the Chinchilla.
I need a key.
It'd have to be something that I'd set up, though. There are sleeping streams. I like it, Kashahaha. I like it. So the way that they have it set up is it's not like Diablo 3, where it's like a vacuum cleaner that like sucks in all gold within radius. It's very restricted. So it does automatically pick up the gold, but you have to actually kind of walk over it. So in effect, you're still picking it up. You still have to actually go over to where it is to pick it up. You just don't actually have to click on each pile. So it's very still similar to how it is now. You still have to click in the vicinity of where it is and go over there to actually get it to pick up. You just don't actually have to click on each pile individually. So it's only a minor change in my opinion. Since necros rely on summons when using a Merc in PvP, still be considered BM. What is that acronym? I don't know that one. I'm a little behind on my acronyms. I've played Diablo for a long time, but the online community has evolved without me. Bad manners. I mean, mercenaries tend to be bad manners in PvP, but also the more important thing with mercenaries is that they die a lot, so they're very high cost. Especially if you've got a max level mercenary, so they're going to cost 50,000 gold per death. So if you're dying a lot in PvP, you're probably not going to use a mercenary in PvP anyway. Because I don't know who can afford 50,000 gold, 50,000 gold, 50,000 gold, 50,000 gold, 50,000 gold, 50,000 gold, 50,000 gold. It's a big cost. And your mercenary has absolutely stupid AI. So even when you're not dueling, even when you're not PvPing, he will still wander out there and get himself killed, which is a pain in the butt. I mean, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it because when you die, the Merc's going to die. When you die, your entire army's going to die. So if you die, your whole army's gone. I actually really hated that about Necro PvP. I always thought that was a little sad. It just, you know, when you die, your entire army dies with you, and then you have to go rebuild your entire army to come back into the PvP arena, which makes it a little bit difficult to PvP on a Summon Necromancer. It actually is Lie That You Adore. So the whole thing about Summon Necromancer is that you can literally have an entire army of like 60 plus monsters, and when you teleport, they are all focused in one area. And what happens is if you teleport directly on top of somebody with an army, the entire army will hit the person at one time. So you will have 60 hits that will all connect with the person in one moment. And in that one moment, literally, they will get overwhelmed in damage. Let's see. All for the LOL said, I still don't understand the backlash people are giving about the possibility of making a separate charm inventory. If they make the charm inventory the same size as if you have cubes and tomes, I don't see the issue. The problem with a separate charm inventory is that it ruins the balance of the charm inventory. The entire purpose of the charm inventory is to force you to have to choose between inventory space and effects. If you create a separate charm inventory, what you do in a nutshell is you allow a system where everybody can have all the effects of all the charms that they've ever picked up. So from level 1 all the way up to level 99, you can hold on to every single charm and use every single charm that you find. And then as you find better charms, you can swap out those charms for better ones once the inventory fills up. And I've leveled up a lot of characters. And you don't always find enough charms to fill up your entire inventory. But when you do, you know, you usually throw away the ones that are garbage. Right? But garbage doesn't mean they're useless. Garbage just means they're not good enough for you to hold on to because you don't personally feel like that it is worth the inventory space that you're losing. So you've made that a conscious choice, and that conscious choice is the balancing effect that the charm inventory has. So what you're doing in a nutshell by creating a charm inventory which ruins the effect is you've now ruined the balance. So instead of going, you know, you pick up a charm, you're like, okay, this charm dropped, you grab this charm, and you're like, alright, let's see. Well, that's a piece of crap. I'm not going to hold on to that. That's if you actually had room. But if you pick up a charm with charm inventory, you're going to go, oh, okay. And then you just plop that in your charm inventory, and you just move on. And these little charms like this that you would normally throw away are going to stack up to the point where it's going to create an imbalance in the game. If you can hold on to every single crappy charm that you ever hold on to, those numbers are going to add up. And eventually it's going to add up to the point where your character is going to be much stronger than he would be normally in most given situations. I just walked right by the summoner, didn't I? And then on top of that, you're also talking about the fact that you're giving people the ability to have a full inventory of charms, you know, end game with absolutely no penalties. So not only are they completely filling their inventory with things like plus to skill charms or lightning skill charms or whatever, and they have absolutely no negative repercussions from it, you know, you could literally fill up every single inventory spot. Most people will not fill up every single inventory spot on their character, no matter what. They usually at least leave, what is it? They usually at least leave one space this big. Even if they're going to fill their entire inventory with stuff, they usually leave at least that space. So at the very least, you're giving these characters at least 2 more Grand Charms worth of effects that they would not have. And 2 Grand Charms of effects is actually a lot. You're talking about 2+ skill charms that could have faster hit recovery on them or plus to life. So you're looking at +2 to skills and like plus, I don't know, like +40 to life or plus 24 to faster hit recovery, or I mean, there's a lot of different things that you could throw into those 2 slots that most people keep open specifically so they can pick up items. No, all for the LOL. Most people just get rid of their cube. The people who are the absolute crazy fanatics of the world of charms, they don't have a cube, they don't have a scroll of town portal, and they don't have a scroll of identify. You know what they do for scrolls of town portal? I'm gonna show you. This is what the charm fanatics do for scrolls of town portal. That's their scroll of town portal right there. They don't keep anything in their inventory. Their inventory is completely used for charms. They have sacrificed everything, just as Thanos did. Sacrificed everything. Get that one scroll of town portal in there, bro. Okay, but that's the entire point. The entire point of the whole charms is to be inventory space hogs. So when players start to talk about, oh, I really would like a charm inventory, the first thing you need to say is it ruins the balance of the inventory space gambit, the inventory space Tetris. The entire point of the charms, and it should be obvious to anyone because the better effects are on the larger charms. So they're literally saying to you, in a nutshell, if you want really nice effects, you're going to have to give up your inventory space to do it. And that's why they gave us so much inventory space in our stash, because the stash doesn't matter. Stash doesn't have anything to do with charms. You can put as many charms as you want to in your stash, and it's not going to give you any stats. You can fill up your stash 1,000 times over, and it's not going to affect how good your character plays. But you can fill up your inventory with charms and make your character better. So that's why they haven't touched the player's inventory. They touch the stash, but they're not touching the player's inventory. They said this in a Q&A, by the way. They specifically said that the stash they felt like was something that they could change that would have absolutely no effect on the balance of the game. But the player's inventory was the exact opposite, and they weren't touching it for that reason. They felt like that the player's inventory did have a balance effect on the game, and they weren't going to go through the process of messing that balance up. I had this argument with a guy in one of my day of premieres, by the way. So if you missed this episode and you'd like to rewatch it with me tomorrow at 12, I will be rewatching this episode. So what I do is I do a premiere over on YouTube, and at tomorrow, this will be for tomorrow. Hi YouTube. So basically, what I do is I sit there and I chat with you guys. So if you want to watch, if you didn't see this from the beginning and you want to watch it from the beginning, but you want to watch it with me, I will be there tomorrow when it premieres live, and you can chat with me. It's really up to you, and we can just have some fun yakking about stuff. But I forgot where I was going with this. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I was arguing with this guy. Anyway, so I was arguing with this guy, and he's talking about transferring his items in single player, and how he can't transfer his items in single player right now because there's no shared stash. And so I mentioned to him a rather innocuous program. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It's called Go Mule. All right, and this program is very, very simple. It's not Hero Editor. It doesn't let you change items. It doesn't let you hack in items. It doesn't let you pull in items from outside. It's a very simple program. All it does is it lets you take items from characters on your single player and move them to other characters. And the items cannot be duplicated. They can only be transferred. And it also lets you set up like a fake stash, so you can take those items and store them in a fake stash. And all of this takes place outside of the game. So none of it actually happens inside the game. The program does not modify any of the game's files. It just simply reads the save files, and it allows you to transfer the items in between the save files. So I recommended the program to the guy. I'm like, hey, well, if you got single player, saves and you want to transfer some items between them, I was like, here's an easy way that you can do it, or you can do it the hard way. And I told him how to do it the hard way. So there is a way to transfer your items in single player across your characters. There's actually 3 different ways, and some of them are harder than others. So one of the ways that you could do it that would definitely be very single player-ish is you would buy 2 copies of the game, and you would have 2 computers, and then you would set up a TCP connection with 2 computers, and then you could transfer items that way. So that's way number 1. That's more difficult because you actually have to have a second computer. Way number 2, which is arguably easier, but it does require an internet connection, is to go onto Open Battle.net and to create a game, a password-protected game, and drop your items on the ground, and then come back and pick them up with your other single-player character. So that is way number 2, and then way number 3 is to use TCP with a friend. So if you happen to have a friend who has a computer, you could always TCP over the items. And then, so there's basically 3 ways that you can do it, but all of them are a little convoluted, but they work. I've used the Open Battle.net method several times to transfer items. It's fairly painless, especially if you have anyone on there who is willing to help you transfer, which most people are over there, because on Open Battle.net, nobody really cares about anything you've got because everything in there is cheated in anyway. So they don't care about your little crappy items that you found. They've got cheated God Sword number 17, and and they don't care about your little regular items. So I offered him the program, and I am getting to the point, by the way. I know I'm a little long-winded. He went crazy. He was like, it's a modification for the game. He goes, and it does things that the game's not capable of doing, and there's no way I'm using a mod for Diablo 2. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, I specifically cherry-picked this. I could have told you Hero Editor, which is totally a cheat program. I mean, I could have told you 100 other programs, but I specifically picked out GoMule because GoMule is, its goal in life is to not give you any ability to cheat at all, and it only provides, features that you were already capable of doing within Diablo. It's not trying to give you anything special. And oh man, this guy was not having it. He argued with me for like 30 minutes about how modifications were the devil, and I'm like, look, dude, I understand. I was like, that's why I specifically told you about this one, which doesn't change anything. It doesn't even interact with the game files. Like, it doesn't go into the executable. It doesn't change anything in the game itself. And oh man, he was not gonna have it, like, at all. And GoMule is very similar to what Diablo 2 Resurrected is doing. And then this is my whole point on this, is that in Diablo 2 Resurrected, you're dealing with a lot of little changes, which are things that you could have done anyway. Like, because I was talking about, the shared stash, and how the shared stash gives you these little abilities that are just so nice, little quality of life changes. But it was stuff that you could do anyway. You could transfer items between characters just fine. But it was a pain in the butt, and you had to make a private game, and you had to get somebody to come in and watch for you to make sure that the game didn't disappear, or you could chance it and just hope the game didn't disappear. You could lose items, like if you disconnected or the internet went out in the middle of a transfer. So there was a whole bunch of little variables that made it not so great, but it was possible. So the shared stash gives you this feature that you could already do, but is it's nice to have. It's nice to have it. It really is. Need some arrows. I'm about to go kill Duriel, ain't we? Come on, Mr. Sumner. Anyway, that's one of the reasons why I'm really liking Diablo 2 Resurrected so far, is because they've gone out of their way to make sure they're not changing things for the worse. They've gone out of the way to make sure things are are not going to be a terrible experience, because if they can guarantee the same experience that we have right now, then they know that it's not going to be a terrible experience. Siverb's Cudgel. A decent low-level weapon, nice damage, especially if you pair it together with Siverb's icon, which is the amulet. It's pretty good undead damage too. If you max it out, I think it's like 250% undead damage, so it's great for Act 2. I don't need it at this particular moment.
I need a key.
I think I already have one of them sitting on a mule anyway, and the amulet to go with it. A jewel, a mighty jewel.
I need mana.
Alright, what tomb are we in? The square. The squarest, the nerdiest of tombs. The Swan. Had to get the kiddo to bed. The pun about day of, day off was unintended. Unintended. Just like you're not getting a day off, that was unintended. We're not giving you an actual day off. That's canceled. Canceled. Pew. Pew, 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 pew. I actually had that happen one time. It's not really a funny story. I'm not really sure why I'm going to tell you this, because it's not a funny story. It's a terrible story. I was at work at Canon a long time ago, and there was this guy who came to work, and he put in for vacation. They had this whole system, and the system required you to put your vacation in advance, and then your vacation would get approved or disapproved, by the management staff. And then, you would look in the application and it would tell you whether it was approved or disapproved. And this guy got he took off 2 weeks of vacation and got it approved. And he went on his vacation, and he was gone, like he was gone, like he was like in the Bahamas or something. And apparently they disapproved his vacation after he left, which is the weirdest freaking crap I've ever heard in my life. And he came back from his vacation, and they were about ready to fire him. And he's like, look, I put in the vacation. It said that it was approved. He had like a picture of it and everything. And they weren't hearing it, which was the weirdest thing ever, because it made me almost think that they were trying to get him fired. And he finally argued him down to maximum attendance points, which has got to be the weirdest thing I've ever seen. They literally, he went on an approved vacation and came back and ended up with maximum attendance points, which basically means that if you're late once, or if you miss one day, you're immediately fired, because at that point, one more point is essentially over the threshold, and you've now broken your attendance points. And sure enough, he was late one day, and they did not skip a beat. They immediately fired him, like just immediately out the door. And I was just like, that's the most bullcrap thing I've ever heard in my life. The dude even showed me the picture of the vacation time being approved, and I did not like working for that company. The turnover rate there was absolutely awful. Just absolutely awful. I mean, I learned a lot there. I'm kind of glad that I... See, did I learn a lot there? I feel like I already knew most of the stuff before I got there. I guess I learned a little bit about printers and a little bit about cameras. Canon cameras. I had a malice on my Necro, wanted to try out Druid. Any idea how long a game lasts on Battle.net? I want to say like not more than 5 minutes, because like 5 minutes is it's usually gone. I mean, yeah. Otherwise, I never would have known, Ruther, that you got to spawn those volcanoes right up the button, right up the bum bum. Got to spawn those volcanoes right up the bum bum. You got to make that motion too when you do it, right up the bum bum. Oh, they were a trash company. Trash tier. I didn't like working for them. It was actually an awful place to work.
I need mana.
Not only that, but it was really weird. Like, there were some people there that I thought were my friends, and like later after I left, one of my friends was like, "Yeah, he totally didn't like you. He told me how much he hated your guts after you left," and I'm like, "What the hell?" I mean, it was a dead-end job. Like, just the worst dead-end job that you'd ever work. And there was a guy that was there, and he'd been there for 10 years. And I think I remember asking him one day, I was like, "Why are you still here?" I was like, "This job can't pay enough. Like, it can't." I was like, because I'm pretty sure the cap on this job was like $11 an hour when I was there, and it was not worth $11 an hour. And oh man, he got so mad at me when I asked him that question. I'm sure there were better things that he could have been doing. Alright, Kashaha. I mean, we're about to close this to an end anyway, so I don't think you're going to miss very much. I want to kill Duriel and get to Act 3 at the very least. And I'm not really sure what else we're going to get into here. Really just looking for Duriel at this point. I mean, yeah, like literally anything else. I feel like the job I have right now is a pretty good one. I'm making pretty nice pay. I mean, it's something that I worked for. It took me a little while to get into this position, and you know, I think I do a pretty good job. But my dear God, it's so much better than working at a call center. Just so much better. And I always thought this was really interesting, you know, from a standpoint of that company. I originally got hired at that company specifically because of, you know, the digital camera boom, and nowadays when phones have all these digital cameras, people don't even think about digital cameras anymore. It's not even like a thing people think about. What, the name out where you are? It's Kroger. It's Kroger where I am. Strong chainmail. Ooh, it's a strong chainmail. It is soul crushing. I never was gonna quit that job. Like, it was decent enough pay, and it was my first job, and I guess somewhere along the line I decided that I was gonna stick it out, and I was gonna try my best. And it was a bad decision, but I stuck with it, and I never was gonna quit that job. Like, I was gonna be at that job forever if they hadn't fired me, and I got fired for a pretty good reason. I was late, so I was late a lot. I worked pretty far away from the position. Ooh, 12% damage taken goes to mana. I was pretty far away, and it was too far, and I was constantly late at work because I was it was just an impossible drive. Some days I'd make it, some days I wouldn't, and I'd leave 2 hours early. Some days I'd be there 2 hours early, and some days I'd be there 30 minutes late. And it was just stupid. And so eventually I accumulated enough attendance points myself, and ended up out the door. But you know what was funny? When I was in the exit interview, you know what I told them? I told them thank you. I said thank you. I said because I never would have worked up the courage to leave myself. I was like, I hate it here. The job is soul crushing, and I think that everyone could tell by my attitude that it was getting worse, not better. There's just something about hearing people complain every day, all day, non-stop. That's your whole job. People call up and the first thing out of their mouth is a complaint. My printer doesn't work. You guys suck. Why can't you guys make a better printer? 9 times out of 10, the printer wasn't even plugged in or turned on. Wasn't even plugged in or turned on. One time I had a lady call me and I asked her to check and make sure the printer was plugged in, and she started screaming and told me her hair was on fire. And I'm like, why would your hair be on fire? And she said, well, there's candles under the desk. And I'm like, and then there was the older people. There were these older people that would show up from time to time, and you know, show up. I mean, call up from time to time, and man, they would. Oh God, they were so lonely. Like they didn't have anything wrong with their printer. There was nothing wrong with their printer. They were just calling up to talk, and they would start talking about like healthcare and President Bush and all sorts of stuff, and none of it had anything to do with fixing their printer, and they didn't care because they weren't calling to actually fix their printer. They were calling because they were lonely and they didn't have anybody to talk to, and that was kind of soul crushing too. Can you imagine being so lonely that you call up like random tech support numbers just to have some kind of human interaction? And you feel bad, of course, but and you feel bad. Let's put another point into crit strike. We need that double damage. That'd be very nice. We're gonna fight Duriel soon, so let's get a couple more points into vitality, so we're a little bit more tanky. And we're level 20. Look at that, level 20.
I need mana.
All right, so we're gonna open the. We're gonna stick our staff in the orifice. Ah, yes, the orifice.
Faith, I feel no pity. Hello.
I do feel bad for some people who are lonely, but I want to say this, and this can be my public service announcement. A lot of the times when people are lonely, it's because they have made themselves lonely. You can go through life and there will be a lot of people who are willing to connect with you, who are willing to talk with you. You might live in a house with your husband and choose to sleep in a different bedroom. You might live in a house full of people and you might choose to not interact with them. And I have seen this time and time again, and what it is that sometimes people choose to be alone, but then can't face the consequences of the result of choosing to be alone. And in the process, then they seek out, people because they're lonely, but they can't admit to themselves that they are lonely. And because they can't admit to themselves that they are lonely, they reach out in this way, in these weird ways, to try and find someone who will talk to them, but I don't know.
Looking for Bale.
This is gonna be a long fight. Piercing does me no good here, and most of my damage is cold because Vidalis is cold damage. I have a decent amount of physical too, but I feel like multi-shot does me a little bit better here just simply because I can I can fire and forget, as opposed to the other, where I've got to actually aim it. Set it and forget it! I mean, he'll get one shot eventually. Ow. The hell was that? Like said, I am a retired band director and I enjoy the quiet gamer life. But I do miss watching the kids perform, and I think they were having fun when weather was hot, cold, I don't... Those were good times. What's up, Wurtzlag Gaming? It's the first time I've seen chat in a little while. Music greater than grammar. Ah, he got me stuck in a loop. I'm dodging your attacks. Stop being rude. I have cannot be frozen, by the way. So before you guys say, well, why don't you have cannot be frozen? I do have cannot be frozen, actually. My problem is that my damage is mainly cold damage, so it doesn't really matter. Duriel's like 50% resistant to cold, and right now, because I'm using Vidalis, cold is my main damage type. I would suggest that if you guys are having trouble with Duriel, fire obviously works very well on him. He's definitely much easier to kill with fire damage than he is with cold damage. Lightning is better as well, but fire is obviously much better on Duriel. Just simply because of his native resistance type. I am only level 20 as well. I don't know. It's a thing. We're just gonna run around in circles. It's not like he's really killing me very quickly. I'm not too worried about it. It's just gonna take me some time. All the potions in the world. Oh, you just got done working? Oh, well. Congratulations on the finish of the work. That is always a nice feeling. You come home, you relax. I tell you, one thing I've noticed in life is that physical labor, specifically, is some of the most satisfying labor. You go home and you go to sleep, and man, it is just so nice to be able to go home and go to sleep after you have a real nice long, like construction work day. I mean, I'm not trying to say that like you feel good. What I mean is like you sleep good. Like it's very satisfying to your body. Like when you wake up, you feel really refreshed and nice. And I worked construction for 3 years, so I know physical labor just has like a much more nice effect. Learned that during Hurricane Isabel, when our entire yard turned into a mattress. We got yard to yard carpeting. Supply chain business. You do a lot of pallet moving and stuff like that, using pallet jacks and whatnot. That can be pretty demanding as well. Definitely. Or maybe I misinterpreted entirely, but misinterpreted entirely. Look at my nice little gold stack. I got 62,330 gold. You book the freight on airplanes? You may not pass. You may not pass. Jaren is a douche. Jaren, you know what I got to say to you, sir? You know what I got to say to you? I'm still talking to Jaren anyway. And you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You're not gonna do it. I don't know what that was. Sounds like an important job. It really does. I'm sure a lot of people have had something come in air cargo that was really important. I think a lot of things that are shipped air are usually pretty important. If somebody's going to pay the extra expense to get it shipped, you know, express, I guess would be the term. It usually means it's important. I mean, I'm not saying everything that's shipped through there is important, but a lot of it probably is. What's up, Jaren? Guess what? You shall not pass! You shall not pass! I'm so petty. Punk.
Greetings, Am. Jaren tells me. Good evening.
Greetings.
Dude, you telling me when I was working at Kroger during when COVID started? Lord Jesus. Man, we worked like 50, 60-hour weeks all the time, like every week. Couldn't keep nothing in stock. And what we could keep in stock, we couldn't keep on the shelves. Well, that was the weirdest thing, is things were going out of stock, not because, like, we didn't have a shortage of cows. Like, we had a shortage of people working at the slaughterhouses. We didn't have a shortage of toilet paper. Like, we had a shortage of, like, truckers, like, getting the stuff to the places. Like, we didn't have a shortage of, like, you know, it was weird why the shortages were happening. Like, there were some things, like, there was a shortage of cinnamon for a while. And I noticed that any product that had cinnamon in it, like, wasn't showing up because there was a shortage in cinnamon. And then and it was weird things like that, like one of the factories, like, that, like, produced cinnamon or something, or like shipped the cinnamon or something, was had a bunch of, you know, COVID cases, and so they weren't able to ship out any cinnamon, and so there was no product being produced that had cinnamon in it. And I'm like. And it was just weird stuff like that. Like, one little ingredient would go out because that company couldn't ship it out, and that one little ingredient was in, like, a whole bunch of stuff, and they couldn't produce their product because that company wasn't sending them the materials they needed. And you know, it was weird. Like, the things that would go out of stock were just really weird.
I need mana.
Alright, so normally I would skip Act 3, and I usually do skip Act 3. If I'm playing single player, obviously I can't skip it. I've got to actually play it. But when I'm online, usually I beg somebody to give me the Travancore waypoint, which is the first thing I do. And I've gone over this several times on several videos. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give myself the Travancore waypoint and the Durance of Fate waypoint. So, because that is essentially how I like to skip Act 3. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever. You just go into a game, you find somebody who you know is higher than Act 3. You know, go into a game that's like Act 4 kill Dury or kill Iswal or something like that. And if you find somebody that's in Act 4, you go in there and you talk to them. You say, hey, can you throw me the waypoint, Travancore waypoint? And that's all you got to do. You ask them for Travancore waypoint. You don't need anything else. Then you go into your own private game, you kill the Travancore guard group, all of them, and you complete that quest by talking to Cain. Once you've completed that quest by talking to Cain, you then go back into another game, and you ask somebody to give you Durance of Hate waypoint. Because once you've killed Travancore, you can go into the Durance waypoint. So, for instance...
Welcome.
So we've got Travancore. Kind of hope they don't fix what. Wordslay Gaming said all the cargo before COVID was just in time planning. Now everyone is trying to build inventory now. There are a record 44 container ships anchored off the west coast waiting to be unloaded and reloaded. Shortage of truck drivers, rail yards are backed up, and as a result, products that would normally move ocean are moving air. Beef prices are kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it works in Diablo 2 Resurrected. There's no reason why it wouldn't. It's they're not changing anything. They've made it pretty clear they're not changing anything. They're even leaving in one of the most horrible bugs that ever existed in Diablo 2 Resurrected. You guys want to, or Diablo 2? You want to talk about the most horrible bug that ever existed in Diablo 2? Some of you might not even know it exists. Ah, Wurtzleg Gaming knows. So there's a bug in the game called next hit always misses. And literally that's exactly what it is. Next hit always misses. And it causes a lot of problems. So say for instance you have just blocked an attack. So you're a paladin, you just blocked an attack. Ding! And then you go to use a charge. Raw! Your charge will always miss. Or let's say you're an Amazon and you avoid an attack. And you fire a bow. Your next hit always misses. I could be overstating things, but I'm pretty sure I've got it just about right. Basically, there is a bug in the game that if you complete an action, the next hit will always be a miss, and it causes a lot of problems in the game. Next hit always misses, yes, including guided arrow, which shouldn't miss, which should not miss. Thus the always misses part. I mean, sorceress's skills don't really have a hit or a miss indicator, so I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not sure about that. My guess would be no. Well, if you'd like to look up next hit always misses, you know what? I'd like a more official definition than the one that I gave you guys. So how about that? Let's look up next hit always misses, and I'm going to give you an official definition of next hit always misses. By the way, the official acronym for next hit always misses is NHAM. So no ham, NHAM. I'm just it's pretty funny. Mr. Llama actually asked Rod about it, by the way, and let me read that real quick. So, Mr. Llama SC, who's another Diablo 2 streamer, by the way, you've probably heard of him, maybe. I mean, he's kind of popular. He said, "Hey, we're aware of the issue, but we decided that it was part of the original experience that we were concerned of impacting." Wait, where's his post? God bless it. Where's Llama's post? No. Here we go. He said, "Real talk at Rod Ferguson. Any chance we will see a fix to the next hit always misses would really open up the game in some beautiful ways." And he provides a bug reference. And then he says, Rod Ferguson says, "Hey, we're aware of the issue, but we decided that it is part of the original experience that we were concerned of impacting. Definitely something we could look at fixing post-launch if the community feels like it's a change they want." And here we go. So the following describes the bug. Every hit interruption animation inflicted on your character, namely stun, knockback, hit, recovery, block, dodge, causes the next hit that you inflict to always miss the target. This is the case no matter the type of skill. Even auto attack hits like smite or spells like firebolt, etc. will be a guaranteed miss if you attack right out of a recovery. For ranged spells, the spell will always go in a weird direction, most of the time instead of going where you are pointing. This is a severe bug. It's not immediately apparent for average spell-based builds that keep away from monsters, but it's a massive deal breaker for any melee builds that rely on blocking, dodging, etc. The real issue is because this cycle can continue indefinitely, like the following. You start swinging, you are interrupted by the monster in the middle of your attack. By blocking, it's hit with a shield. You swing again, miss due to the bug, 100% miss chance. You are now interrupted again due to a hit recovery, for example, yet you swing again, missing once again, and this cycle continues indefinitely until either the monster misses you, and you are able to swing twice, in which case the second swing will be a normal swing, or you actively move away or stop attacking for a few frames. While I don't have much knowledge on the internals of the game, Nefarious, a guy who reverse engineered the entire game, was creating a Metal Storm mod, told me this was a desync issue between the client and the server components of the game. Please keep in mind that this has nothing to do with playing online. You'll see the exact same behavior when playing single player, which is actually what I usually play. Impact. Let me drink some water before I continue this. Delicious water. Melee builds, especially defense-based ones, become nearly unplayable. I tried playing multiple max block high defense paladins, but it's just too frustrating. Even with a couple monsters attacking you, you already start to see the problems. I had a daggers on in vanilla, but it also becomes nearly impossible due to constant whiffs, due to all the recovery animations. Each and every attack needs to be planned, and you can never hold down the attack button, even with a fast dagger. Shields become a lot less useful. They will help you by blocking the hits, but at the same time they will hinder you by making you miss every hit after. It becomes an unintended double-edged sword. It doesn't matter how fast your blocking is also. Even with Pally plus Holy Shield, the issue will still remain intact. Slow weapons become unviable. I love slow weapons. I have an Impale Amazon in vanilla. Try playing with Impale and a slow pike and see this bug shine. Every whiff now nearly cost you 2 seconds. So remember when we were looking at Amazon's Impale earlier and how slow the Impale is? And do you remember how hard it was for me to even get a single Impale off? That was the never hit, the next hit always misses bug. Lots of people will keep dying due to whiffed teleports. Apparently it's happened to Mr. Llama a lot. Apparently he gets an immediate like block or something like that, and then goes to teleport away. Once he whiffs, blocks his attack, he goes to teleport immediately, and the teleport basically misses. Apparently the teleports can miss too. Apparently Mr. Llama has lost a bunch of hardcore character sorceresses due to this bug. Issue is attributed to Zeal, Fend, and Amazon dodges. So as I showed you guys earlier, Fend does not work at all. Like, you literally can't even use Fend. And it's just a pretty big bug that needs to be taken out of the game. It's definitely something that needs to be fixed. Like, big time. Big time. Let me shoot you guys a link to that if you guys want to read up on it. It's right here. Yes, that's it. Bink. Man, I've had like 40 some odd viewers all day today. You guys are great. We're getting close to the end here, though. I think this is we're gonna end this probably after I kill Mephisto. I know I said that I was gonna end it after I killed Duriel, but Mephisto probably for sure. Maybe probably for sure. I don't know. Maybe probably. I do like to keep these videos a little bit short, and we're already running up on 5 hours, so we'll see. We'll see how long it takes me to kill Mephisto. It's too bad I don't have 1 point in the guided arrow. It'll come in really handy right about now. here, punk. Freaking flame finger, ice fist, doo-doo hand. Come out here, doo-doo hand. Where you at, flame finger? You know, it's interesting in that next hit always misses article they were talking about walking away for a couple seconds and giving like a little cooldown to your abilities so that the next hit always misses doesn't happen.
I can't.
And I have been doing that unconsciously for like 2 decades. Like it's just something that I've always known to do, is that when you're having trouble with an attack, like I never really wondered exactly why. I knew about the next hit always misses, but I never knew that was why I was doing it. And so I was always kind of unconsciously walking away from the target and buying myself a little bit of room to allow that sort of like cool down period to happen. And I never really knew exactly why I was doing that, but I've always done it. It's just kind of like a reflex. And now I know. Now I know why that particular action is something that I do so often. So as a melee character, you'll find that it's something that you kind of like learn almost instinctively, is that you need to sort of step away from combat sometimes when you get locked in these loops. And if you don't step away from the combat when you're locked in these loops, you can end up getting stuck forever, essentially. And so that's kind of what I would do. Is a lot of the times if I get stuck in one of those loops where it feels like I'm going to die, like I'm like I can't attack and I'm getting locked in a faster hit recovery loop, or I'm getting locked in a shield blocking loop or something like that, and it doesn't feel like I'm making any progress, a lot of the times what I would do is I would just simply back away, from whatever I'm fighting, give myself a little bit of room, maybe regroup out a door or something like that, and continue to fight from there. And if I'm still getting stuck in those loops, I would I would back up a little bit further, and I would just keep doing that, keep giving myself a little bit of space, and it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Oh Lord, here we go. Never forget. Never forget that your ultimate purpose here. Frickin' Kane, man. Frickin' Kane.
Well, praise you.
What's up, Kane? What's up, Ormus?
Damn it.
The golden bird of Quilly. Alright, Kane, give me your little speech.
Never forget that your ultimate purpose here in Kurast is to destroy Mephisto.
Freaking 18-hour-long speech. I want you guys to listen to that one time. I did it on one of my streams just to like really hone it in, but I'm sure some of you guys didn't see my last stream, so I want you guys to know that's like an 18-hour speech he does right there. He doesn't stop. He's like, never forget that your ultimate purpose here is to not serve yourself, but to serve me. And this is how you're going to serve me. You are going to go into the jungle, and you are going to find the heart, and you are going to find the eye, and you are going to find the brain, and you are going to find the flail, and it's just like forever. It's the longest speech ever. He's basically scolding you because you did something for yourself. He's scolding. Like you're a little kid or something. Stay a while and be scolded. You know, it makes sense why I always like to play range classes. I mean, I love my paladin, but I would always end up playing range classes, and it kind of makes sense now because I guess the range classes probably deal with the next attack always misses far less than the melee classes do, just simply because they won't be in range to be beaten up. It's best not to get punched in the eye.
I need a key.
But look at me, I'm so strong I can get punched in the eye and not feel it. And look at me, I don't get punched in the eye. Then I don't have to feel it. Oh, Lord.
It's locked.
Yeah, Dream Paladin is 10 high runes. Most of those builds are completely outside of newer players, even in Dream. Get it? Dream. Because it's outside of their Dream. I need some arrows. Arrow, we got Grand Charms. 1 to 23 lightning damage. Ooh.
Read, as I told good day.
I like lightning damage. And I'm starting to sound like my girlfriend. I'd be like, I'll bring home tacos. And she's like, I like tacos. Or I got like some candy. And she's like, I like candy. What's up, Scott? Scott's throwing some little robots in my little bin. Some little, you know what? I'm going to do a refresh in my bin just for Scott. Here we go. You ready, Scott? We're going to do a bin refresh. Tip jar. Ahoy! Scott likes to throw robots in my little tip jar. Now all the robots are going to fall in there at once. There you go. Look at this.
Good day.
You're funny, Junkyard Titan. You're so funny. So funny. Oh no, that's level 1. The troll. The troll. Haha, I had a hunch. I had one of those ESP hunches where you played the game for so long and you just know it's got to be right there. Like, it looked familiar and I was like, I bet you it's right over here. I'd seen it before. I played for 20 years. I probably have seen it before. Hey, you guys, stop it. I only got like 51% fire resistance and that's a lot of fire. Stop being rude. Stop it. Stop it. Too many D-key runs. Onyx knows. He's over here D-key running, doing some Uber Diablos. I mean, Uber Tristrams. Pandemonium Diablos. Arctic Horn. A really, really low level set. Like, super duper low level set. By the way, this is actually not a bad set for a level 2 character. If you find like a full Arctic set, hold on to it and just give it to all your little newbies. It's literally level 2. You got a little level 2 belt, you got a little level 2 bow, you got a little level 2 quilted armor. I can't remember the gauntlets. I think the gauntlets might not be level 2. But you can pretty much put a full set on a level 2 character and it's kind of silly. And you're never gonna find the whole thing at level 2. I don't even know why they did that. You kind of have to just hold on to it and use it. Look, sir, Bremy. May I call you Bremy? Bremy. All right. I see you got that beautiful holy shock. All right, Bremy. But I'm not letting you touch me with it. I'm pretty sure all the pieces at level 2 are usable. They're all really low-level items. The armor is a quilted armor, so it has the strength requirement of a quilted armor. The bow has 55 dex and 35 strength, so yeah, that might not be as easy to use. But the light belt is usable by anybody, and I'm pretty sure the gauntlets are usable by anybody as well. So the bow is probably the one piece you wouldn't want to keep anyway, unless you're an Amazon. But you could totally put on the armor, the belt, and the gloves. at level 2. You're too late! Oh, sorry. We were talking about Mephisto, and that popped into my head immediately. That's all I could think about. You're too late!
I need mana.
Ormus, I need oh, never mind. Never mind, Ormus. Cancel the potion delivery.
Not enough mana.
Oh lord, he's mana burn. Stay away from me, sir. No, I need my mana for stuff and things. And you, sir, are trying to steal that mana away from me, and I don't like it. Go on with your mana burn life. Mana burn, one of the most OP abilities in all of Diablo 2. Oh, you got 10,000 mana points? Pfft. Just walks up to you and just swipes you and all your mana's gone. And you're like... And it transfers to the minions too. So if you got an elite that has a minion pack, and the elite has mana burn, it transfers to all the freaking minions of the monster as well, which is a whole thing. All right. Oh God bless it. There's so many blood lords in here. Stop it, sir. Please die, sir.
I need
All right, Mephisto, come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here. All right, stay right there. Don't move. No, stop it. God bless it, he's moving around too much. Stop moving around. What other bosses besides Bale can drop Talrash's chest armor? Your best bet is to find a guide for that. I actually have a website, but you could Google search it if you want to. It's called Silo Pen. Google search Silo Pen D2, and you can look up specific items and the probability of those items dropping from those specific monsters, and it'll tell you like where the highest probabilities are. I mean, a lot of items can drop in a lot of different places, but there are specific monsters that have a higher probability than others. So I mean, you can look that up if you want to. I'm not gonna. That's a whole thing right there in its own self.
I need mana.
Mephisto, you're gonna die. Yeah, Silo Pen, or Silos Pen. I can't remember the exact spelling. But I have it in my Magic Find video on my YouTube page, New Pool 93. If you check my YouTube, just type in !YouTube and look for my Magic Find video. I have all the links in there, including the area level, the TC class, the Silos Pen link, as well as there's one other link in there I know I've got. And you can do a lot of targeted magic finding that way. As you run away, I guess I'll actually play with you. Ow. Do I have no lightning resistance? I've got... Oh yeah, I got 23. That's pretty god-awful. Mephisto, Mephisto, what is your name? I don't know, 'cause you're gonna die. I'm gonna break your soul stone on the Hellforge and we'll forget you ever existed. You're too late! Well, it kind of dropped me a whole bunch of crap. Crap. By the way, don't forget to click on the super unique chest back here.
But still,
This is a super chest, by the way. And there's also a couple other super chests that spawn in here. I can't remember exactly the locations, but I usually click on all the chests if I can. And all the little armor racks and whatnot. There's a good chance something can drop out of them. Ooh, a key. Sweet. Poop. Buckler. I'm on single player right now, Leon, but thanks for the offer. I appreciate it. I've got tons of stuff on ladder. I'm not too worried about it. Gonna strip them down naked, huh? Ooh, amplify damage. Nice. 10% faster run walk, 10% faster hit recovery, heal stamina, lightning resistance, poison length reduced. If I wasn't already wearing decent boots, those would be decent. And the weapon could go very good for a Act 5 Merc if I wanted to use an Act 5 Merc. Get some nice amp damage on Act 5 Merc. Can't cow in solo? Yeah, you can cow level in solo. You just gotta kill Bale first. Once you kill Bale, you can go back and you can cow, but don't kill the king, because then you won't be able to cow anymore. Because nobody's gonna be able to make the cow level for you. Nobody's gonna be able to make the cow level for you. Just take the quest away, Onyx.
The time? Yes.
It is good there is a dark.
What's up, Wahid? You still level 17? It's terrible. Alright, so I think we've covered just about everything that I possibly can cover about Amazons. Is there any other final questions that you guys have for me? I guess not. All right, so I like to end my my streams with a raid, and raids are very nice. Raids are fun. So we're gonna raid somebody, and that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna find somebody good, and we're gonna raid them. So give me just a second. Let's see. Cat Kitty is online again. We can always raid her. Of course, she expects it. She expects the raid. Oh, she's not even there. She's got a be right back message up. With little tendrils coming out. Huh. Alright, well hold on. We're gonna find somebody to raid then. She's not there. I can't raid somebody who's not there. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Oh god, this guy's in hardcore. Maybe we should raid this guy in hardcore and see if we can get him killed. What do you guys think? Yay? Nay? Yay, nay? That's terrible. That's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea. We should do it. That's a terrible idea. We should do it. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to join the raid, hit the accept button.
Creativity starts with
Got an ad. So he's in a nice little group. It's interesting. All right, here we go. I'm gonna turn the sound on so we can hear what he says when we raid him.
Fucking Wii remotes.
Wee.
Wee. Get it. Shit.
Ginger Gaming Mentor is now hosting my stream with 35 viewers.
Ginger Gaming Mentor, what? Thanks for the raid, man. What were you playing? Welcome on in, everybody. We're playing some very classic hardcore. Oh, wait. Oh. I think I lost it. Who got that rune? Anybody?
I don't know.
Lycurolus_Trav is now on board.
Thanks for the follow, Trav. Thank you. And the host, Ginger. Right on, man. Chinchilla raid. Look at those. He wants true chinchillas. They're not kidding.
All
See, we're going through,
right, guys and gals. Till next time.